all you good little guys. Hi, Bien. Hi. Spooky music. I bought several gas station malt liquors. I'm gonna get in the headspace, right? A majority of my conspiratorial conversations have happened in a... How would I say this? How do I say this without saying trap house? In the homes of friends where we were under various substance influence, waxing philosophical about things we don't understand as we fight for reasons to live through the clouded haze of substance abuse. Like hours and hours spent just talking about bullshit and making connections that didn't matter. So when I was asked to do a conspiracy-themed ZATSU, my first inclination was, wow, I need to get drunk. I need to get a little crossfaded before I can reinvent the vibe of my initial conversations, you know? And a lot of you guys come from the same community that I did. Nice tummy in the thumbnail. Am I familiar with Batali? No, I'm afraid not. That's the spirit. Yeah, I did it. Everybody say, thank you, Buck Rockgrind, for the $50 and the pressure continuously over the last 2 months. He does recognize, though, there's a reason why we all ended up in Elfin Psyops Discord server. Something beneath the surface called to us to shake the shackles of our human domestication and to challenge the chains that keep us bound to the systems that absorb our energy, to feed the mighty cabal. You guys like your little hats? I made you guys little hats. I fixed your bellies, so if you want to dance, your belly will be yellow. I also added 3 more loops, so when you dance, you will dance longer. I also added a salute, so if you want an exclamation point salute, you can do that too. We will add a Roman variant in the not too distant future, in the far, far beyond, the land of the P40 humans from 40,000 years in the future who have recently returned to our timeline to warn us of the inevitable collapse coming after the digital leviathan that is AI. But I won't get too deep into that right now. How are you guys doing? How you doing? I will add the Roman soon. I think it would be funny. I was also asked for different types of hats that we can pair with said salute. Maybe some silly glasses. Maybe a fat, ugly bastard, dirty tank top. Thanks, Poopay Poo, for membering up again. What a Chad. Once a Chad, 3 months a Chad, baby. Let's fucking go. $50 and peer pressure. That's all it really takes to get me to do anything. Most of the song covers I've done is also $50 and some peer pressure. What can I say? I'm a stupid bitch who has nothing better to do than grift. So who knows, maybe I might end up agreeing with some of your more fringe values. But as it says along the bottom, this is for entertainment purposes. I don't plan on killing myself, so if I go missing, it wasn't me. It was the heart attack gun. It was the CIA. Can one of the hands be a kippa? Yes, but it will cost you 1 million goy bucks. If you want Nono bedtime story live streams, $50 and peer pressure for a good book. I got a couple. I have the social ethics of racism and how to do racism ethically as books. Would you like that? All I want is Stalheim for Christmas. Ah! The fun fact is, a lot of you are gonna believe in shit like that, but you're gonna hear it coming out of the mouth of a brown person. So how much of a believer are you? You subscribe to a brown person. Gotcha. Not any kind of brown person. One of the lost tribes of Israel. The Native Americans. That's also a fun one. I don't know if many people know about that one. You guys look so cute in your little Hershey kisses. Hello, Black Flag. Hello, 8Dummy. Hello, Shitass. Hello, One Who Watches. Hello, George. Hello, Earthquake. Hello, Textab. Hello, Avery. Hello, Southside Sam. Hello, Ubiel. Hello, Kurzek. Hello, Buck. Hello, Party Row. Hello, Valavenge. Hello, I think that's pretty much it. Welcome to the other side of the veil. June 6th, 2026, 6 p.m. The 6-6 portal. Opening us to the power of Venus by way of the Saturn alignment. A great time for manifestation and sacrifice. Do you guys know the significance of 6? If you fold 6 squares, it makes a cube. Tap's head. If you unfold those 6 squares, it makes a cross. Okay, I won't start. I did want to start with something more generic, I guess. I found tier lists, I found tests. I asked the Discord for some tangents that we can go off into if I don't have enough material to play around with. But I also have a pin board set up. So if we do feel the need to make a pin board, or if you guys have connections you want me to keep track of as we go, then maybe we'll even build a little pin board, you know? I want to believe. So do I. I think we all do. I have here a generic conspiracist belief scale. By the Open Psychometrics Organization, which is a part of the World Health Organization. And it measures psychologically how susceptible you are to believing conspiratorial stories and be satisfied without doing your own research and debunking. So I could test myself for that, or we could just schizo-max. I don't know how many skeptics are in the chat. Yeah? Yeah, well, the WHO gave you AIDS. Well, ivermectin should take care of that. Colloidal silver up your asshole should do the trick. Let's see how susceptible I am to conspiracies, shall we? Whose tab is that? With my big fat ass over. The more annoying G-junk. Ah! I'm more of a pattern noticer. You know what? Me too. And I think that's kind of normal for humans, is you grasp on things, especially the humans who are incapable of faith. They fill gaps and make connections to feel as though they have more of a place in the universe, because humans by default are very egotistical and need to feel like they're main characters, which is where we get things like the Black Israelites and you know, Mormons. They're like, I don't quite resonate with this already established for thousands of years infrastructure. I'm gonna do my own thing. You know, that's just such a human thing to do. The CGBS was created in a research in use for researching conspiracy theories. Research had typically measured beliefs in conspiracies by asking questions on specific conspiracy theories. Correct problem, university, blah, 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 blah. Okay. We're gonna just do it. It's your average old internet test. There was the Legend of Yaqub comic out there somewhere. Oh, there's people who actually believe that. The Black Israelites are 100% on board with Yaqub and his wacky science that created the white people. Most humans are pattern imaginers, not noticers, and confabulate patterns where none exist. I think that's why people think Buddhism and like Indo and Chinese religions are at its core Abrahamic but corrupted. You know, they notice things similar, like, oh, they pray, so therefore where's their God? And then they kind of try to align it with what they believe Abrahamic religion is, when in the end they're completely different. And like one is monotheistic and the other is like God, spirits, man, and animals. You know, but people just love pulling strings out of their ass where they should be pulling tapeworms out of their ass. You know what I'm saying? The government is involved in the murder of innocent citizens and or well-known public figures, but keeps it a secret. I'm gonna go a little more than neutral on that because disclosure is a part of building a lot of agendas in the past with FBI documentation. What was it? Kennedy created that disclosure doctrine that like forces disclosure. And I have a lot of beliefs how that aligns with the Baal worship, but we'll get to that later. Disclosure is very important for a certain group of people that wear tiny hats. Let's see. Well, so the organization is the source of the myriad conspiracy theories, is giving you the test to dispute conspiracy theories. I know! I think Saturn was very important for the dude first said about Yaqub. At least this is how it's portrayed in the Kaisu Redux of what I recall. I'm not sure about the foundational information of how Yaqub got everywhere. I've absorbed a byproduct of what ended up seeping into the shitlord sector of the internet. I think there's a massive fractal agency split off from multiple intelligence organizations that also compartmentalizes, doesn't even understand what it's doing, and has lost its original goals. There's a lot of theories of early American, Eisenhower specifically, breaking deals, quote unquote, with an alien race known as the Greys that established a lot of our foundational democracy since... This is a conspiratorial belief, by the way. I don't personally believe this, but established a lot of the beliefs that the Greeks and Romans have back in like the era of Mesopotamia and, you know, Tartaria and shit like that. And I think that's when we kind of lost the reason why democracy was a part of America to begin with, because democracy was implanted on Earth by the Greys. That's another fun one. The Greys gave us the microwave oven technology. The Greys gave us a lot. The Greys also destroyed every civilization given information from other places like the Nordics or the aviaries or the reptilians. You know, it goes pretty wild at that point. I'm not surprised they tried it 600 times. Alien stuff is retarded. Boo. Go back to the Jews and Freemasons. There are claims of them tying together too. Especially the Freemasons and how they believe a lot of the energy work shit that these so-called quote-unquote alien-inspired ancient civilizations did. The power held by the heads of state is second to that of a small unknown group that really controls world politics. Okay, yeah, I totally agree about that. Secret organizations communicate with extraterrestrials but keep this fact from the public. I don't think it's secret. I think it's been a pretty prevalent influence. Especially with like, why would they announce the movie Disclosure Day on the day that Donald Trump announces the disclosure of alien files from the Department of War, right? It's so the Google results for looking up Disclosure Day is covered with, you know, Hollywood Steven Spielberg upcoming film, and you're not actually going to get access to those disclosure files properly or easily like you did the Epstein files. They fucking shit the bed with the Epstein files. Let's see. They tried to kill Castro like 600 times. I remember I did a social study project on it. Really? I wasn't aware of that. That's a lot of assassination attempts. Let's see. Are you on the square? Are you on the level? Are you here to swear right here, right now, before the devil? If anyone is a massive 40k fan, I think the one Chaos Space Marine chapter that nobody is sure really what they're doing or if the traitor or not. See, this theory with the 40k, I resonate with that a lot because a lot of people are starting to also follow the Gnostic belief that all that we know is based on a false god or the demiurge, right? The Leviathan, the dragon. It makes us forget and only makes us follow and harvest our fear, right? I had my basic and advanced security courses taught by a Freemason. He was like 70 and he talked about a trip to Thailand alone. Well, I don't think they're correlated, but there's a lot of things people with fringe beliefs would want from Thailand. And they are not 18. Freemasons are goofy, and you can look up their chapters or whatever they are called if you want to go one nearby you and probably see if they have a website. I refuse to look up local chapters of everything. You can't get me that easy, Poopé. You can't have my address. The spread of certain viruses and or diseases is the result of a deliberate concealed effort of some organization. Maybe I am crazy. There's a reason why the owner of Microsoft is trying to control diseases in the way that he is, man. There's a reason why thousands of lobbyists for pharmaceuticals are keeping cures away from the hands of people who can turn them into profitable things. It's so much more profitable to treat an illness than it is to cure it. Why would I get rid of my little pay piggy if I just want to get all that sweet, sweet cancer bucks, you know? I'm not telling you to do it live in general. Wait, I'll do a little video on joining my local Freemason chapter. You know, I could believe that. Certainly, sometimes I can see it. That's how they get you. Make sure your hat's on nice and tight. Hi, Charuzu. You can't, you're a woman. Hey, man. I know my place. That's why this is for entertainment purposes. You can't take anything I say seriously. What do I know? There's a reason why hysteria has hist in it, the Greek source word etymologically for womb. We are the reason why hysteria is even a thing. It's womb sickness, the womb madness, I tell ya. The womb madness. What's up, Wild Hero? Yes, entertainment purposes only. Are you entertained? Also, I had a male associate of mine get sexually solicited by a Freemason in exchange for membership. There is a belief that rape is used in a lot of these cabals to assert dominance, and it is not actually an exercise of sexual or lust related things. And that's why a lot of them have ritualistic rape as a part of their MO, you know? Assert dominance and keep the people quiet.
Yeah. And then they'll plant things on things that they own, like 4chan. These weird hierarchies of society are being implanted, like the Omegaverse and the Betaverse, where Omegas are a part of a pack who are there just to submit and be raped. Why are we creating the narrative that this is just a funny thing that you can call somebody you don't like? We are disclosing, right? There's a reason why Epstein and Moot got together, right? And that ritual we're talking about happened to Moot, so they can have access to the social structure of the internet and manipulate us into accepting that we are the Omegas of society. Are you talking about the Omegaverse? Everything's connected. We'll talk about a little bit of everything. I have a lot of theories that I've never really put out there, and I have a feeling that this is gonna filter some people, okay? There's a reason why I don't talk about, like, my beliefs, because I'm not I'm not a good person. B, I'm extremely intersectional when it comes to the eyes of sociology, and I'm punk as fuck. And I also, like, I'm anti-establishment, I'm anti-social structure, I'm fucking anti-censorship, you know? So it's a little... I've been doing so good avoiding conflict, so it's kind of like inviting that into my life. I genuinely believe in ghosts and hauntings and shit. Honestly, me too. I believe that energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be repurposed, removed, like moved to another location. You know, energy is not something that you can destroy, including spiritual energy. See, I don't normally call myself a punk, but in cases like this too, it's easier than saying, I align with so-and-so party that they set out for me to choose from. I don't adopt that belief system. You got like 1,000 hours of ghost hunting games, so that tracks. I really, really like Phasmophobia. I do ghost hunting IRL. I've actually, here's why I have the connections I do. I've gone into spiritual psychosis several times in my life. So everything is enclosed instead of disclosed? What do you mean enclosed? Energetically? Well, yeah, we're all trapped inside the dome, the firmament, right? Not much can get out the glass. Groups of scientists manipulate, fabricate, and suppress evidence in order to deceive the public. No, I believe the people who fund the sciences do that. I don't believe that is the intention of the scientists themselves. Hence the scientists going missing during what Trump said would be the disclosure day this most recent, like, 2 months. Isn't spiritual psychosis just a bad trip? Yeah, but like for 4 months, and then you try to convince everyone in your family they have to hold crystals, or else you will lose them to the demiurge. and so on and so forth. Does everyone here have figured out the mathematical geometry of space-time and how to bend it to our will? Epigeos! Are you here, Epi? Wait, Epi would be fun for this stream because he's so spiritually in the sauce, you know? Nuclear scientists getting killed just like they got a hit on them. Or mysterious heart attacks. This also happens to journalists a lot more often than people really associate to these sort of things. The people who have their hands in all of these organizations, just they set up requirements and quotas for people who enter these organizations for scientific funding or access to equipment and information, and then in order for them to maintain that position, they need to comply with what the founders intend to have as their results. Most scientific foundations are looking for something specific. If you do not align with what they're looking for or stumble across something that does not align with that, you sleep with the fishes. Okay, I'm gonna drink a bit, okay? Guys, I'm gonna chug this whole little bottle of gas station malt liquor. Okay? I believe in a lot of kooky stuff as well, but I keep it to myself unless it's brought up or asked. That's how I feel. Cheers. Happy Saturday, boys. As a wannabe physicist, I know when it comes to the form of angel fund or grants, it seems to have an odd restriction. Exactly. And the fact that they give themselves such sort of deification as an angel fund just kind of lines up with the whole archons, demiurge theories, and the cube, and Saturn, and ball. Okay, okay, we're gonna run it back. We're gonna do this quiz. Okay, we're calm. Also, I'm still gonna drink. Give me a second. Oh my god. It tastes like I found a Jolly Rancher in a fucking ashtray. And I'm sucking. No, I found that ashtray in a crackhead's ass. And I had to dip it in like bleach and then consume that Jolly Rancher to clean it off. That's what this tastes like. It's so bad. The flavor profile, the tannins. You could really taste the undertone of the crackhead ass. Do you know what PFEFFI is? I'm not sure. We'll get to a segment where I look up things that I don't know about. But I still need to fucking... Why were you in a crackhead's ass? I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Do you guys like Graviton? Oh my god. Wait. Okay. We'll start getting into your stuff once I'm done these stupid little tests, but I'm actually like really excited to talk about some of that. And if I get really drunk by the end of this, tell me to do a part 2, because there is a chance I might become incoherent after a while. The government permits or perpetuates acts of terrorism on its own soil disguised as involvement. This is a very blue versus red rhetoric, you know? This is something that I believe happens in America all the time, but I do not think is a global phenomenon. Because, like, when you think of acts of terror in a place like Afghanistan, the Taliban was a reactionary result of having its oil sands and farmlands co-opted by American business owners and not by local farmers, or having those local farmers focus more on growing poppies for opioids and things like that. All of this happened before Desert Storm and was completely isolated and had nothing to do with anything but preventing America's influence. There's a reason why JFK wanted to dissolve the CIA. Well, his compromise was the Disclosure Act, I believe, 1967 or something like that. Acts of terror, that's not real. What do you mean, Sekuhara? That's a myth? What's a myth? The Afghanistan oil sands and poppy fields? The tick plague happening right now is totally an inside job. I will believe that. Hantavirus is also an inside job. 80% of the fuckery we face today started after World War II. In no particular order. Most of the technology that runs our lives are also a result of World War II. But the people who are against the people who feel entitled to control had control of those technologies. So in order to get those technologies into favorable hands that belong to certain bloodlines, we had to take care of them. We had to create things like NATO and band together. Have you noticed all the countries in NATO have a part in those bloodlines? Tap's head. The Taliban post HOC justifications for engaging terror. Remember, corruption is not a bug of politics, it's a feature. Okay. So maybe I can be convinced that it is a global phenomenon. The picosecond of silence before the white man who died without having children in both wards. The truest true cell patriots. Rest in peace, kings. I'll drink to that. Also, is the music too loud? I'm just playing some random playlist. The government permits or perpetuates acts of terrorism on its own. I don't think this is the scientists. I think this is the governing bodies of science itself. I'm gonna say a little over neutral there. A small secret group of people is responsible for making all major decisions, such as going to war. Small group of chosen people. Let's do consensus. How do we feel? How convinced are we that a small group of people, a small secret group of people, is responsible for making all the major decisions, such as going to war? I say less about the little hat people in this one, more about the 13 families. And they get real secret. They're the reason why we got a lot of the folklore around secret societies. Oh yeah, we're the lab rats in the government at large. There's people who believe that we are partaking in a circuit board for a larger machine. Along that same track of thinking. It's not a small group, it's quite a few people. Well, yeah, those people breed and have thousands and thousands of relatives in places of power all over the world. Only just recently did the people discover that Donald Trump has family lineage all the way back to the royalties of Scotland and is cousins to the current King of England. Fuck the juice. So I take it we're all on a mad agree for that one. Evidence of alien contact has been concealed from the public. It's disclosure day, May 26th. Don't let Steven Spielberg block your search results. It's out there. And it's actually going to court to get a proper release of those files too. Because just like the DOJ, the DOW fucking botched the shit out of that release. Wait, are you a descendant of Genghis Khan? Mayhaps. The government is like Hollywood, a huge Nepo baby circle jerk. Except those Nepo babies don't get replaced with clones. Those Nepo babies get to live on and travel through time because those Nepo babies are also responsible for killing Tesla and stealing all of his technology. Oh God. I read too much about this shit, but I'm also a fucking burnout, so I don't retain too many details, which is like the primary way to create a schizo. Like, I'm so glad that I hold on to my mental faculties. I think raising a schizophrenic child for a while really snapped me out of it. Clones or holograms, one or the other. They put fucking Tupac in the Yakuza prequel game. Where does that lie on the hologram to clone timeline? Because, like, what the actual fuck? I'm so excited to play that game. Technology with mind control capabilities is used on people without their knowledge. Yeah, it's called social media. It's called the algorithm. It's called Terry Davis was right and Peter Thiel is doing everything that he feared the glowy N-words would. Because the CIA wasn't capable of what they are now until Peter Thiel. Did you see that? Recently, Peter Thiel ran away to Argentina. Sound familiar? We'll get on that in a bit too. Well, we can clone things that don't rapidly age. Yeah, fucking Dolly the sheep. one of the first clones publicly released, which I do believe there has been clones long before Dolly the sheep that were successful. But Dolly the sheep just turned 30, like this year. Genuinely believe that Biden was unconscious the entire time he was president. All the public footage is body doubles or AI generated. There's a theory that he was just Jim Carrey for a while. That was really fun. I Need the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was made drunk, if I recall correctly. We might be onto some gems. Yeah, so was Intergalactic Cable. That doesn't mean it's good. It just means it makes you think, makes you feel. So yeah, he's basically bought Argentina's current government. Well, they want to build, here's another conspiracy I have about search results. They want to build the biggest data center yet in Patagonia, which is like near like the capitals that he wanted to move in. And Patagonia is also a company for like hiking gear, and they're currently in this massive lawsuit with a drag queen named Patagonia that did parodies of Patagonia's branding and stuff like that for eco activism, whatever the fuck, right? So when you look up Patagonia data center and shit like that, like the results are like mixed. It's just like Disclosure Day in Spielberg, I tell ya. It's a clown ass world. So true, so true. Hi, P the Nobody. All right, how do we feel? Do you guys agree with me? Technology's mind control capacities is used on people without their knowledge. It's because we don't read privacy policies, by the way. We have the opportunity to know what they're doing. We just click accept, carry on, and go back to jerking off to our FYP, you know? Giving our sexual energy to the elder gods. Depends on your definition of mind control, I guess. Have you ever thought about something and then it showed up on your FYP? Didn't say it out loud? Maybe you scrolled across something and you're on an iPhone or whatever and your pupils mildly dilate and you're like, that game looks cool. But you don't stay and you keep scrolling, right? And as far as you know, the longer you stay on a subject matter, your algorithm will pick up on that and then start to feed you on that. If you scroll past it, then you don't care about it. That's how it used to be. But now you have your camera tracking your eye dilation. So even if you don't currently feel stimulated in that moment, your physical telltale signs of enjoyment or passive interest trigger an AI detection in your camera, feeding also into some sort of psychic realization, almost, based on your body language, your natural reactions to what to show you. Like, and it's advancing so quickly. Multiple times, yes, but there's also times where it shows me shit like Yuri novels and golden sparkly weightlifting unitards, so it fucks up sometimes. You're an anime fan, okay? That is a fair assumption to make based on the total population of anime fans. Because of like, we can track on old trees that the population went down, and see because of Genghis Khan, the thicker carbon storage. Yeah, but what about the trees in Europe, There's no way we killed that many that the quality of air got better. Somebody check the trees in Germany real quick. I don't think the social narrative control counts as mind control, especially when we have stuff like electroconvulsion therapy. Well, that's on very, very rare circumstances. Electroconvulsion therapy isn't offered to everybody who has a mental illness or a compulsion they want to, train themselves to be deterred from. That is like on a case-by-case basis getting rarer and rarer as time progresses. Part of PsyOps is making you think the PsyOps idea is your own idea. And that is in and of itself mind control. This is, what's the word? Coercion. That you feel that you're responsible for convincing yourself, but it is intentional coercion. The environmental toll of billion people is massive. How much is the environmental toll of 6 million? Maybe we'll Google that later. New and advanced technology which would harm current industry is being suppressed. No, because they're letting fucking, what's his name? What's his name? Not Steve Jobs. The other nerdy looking guy who did the Microsoft. The Mr. Windows Chan is now cleared to make fake clouds to cool the earth. He has been approved to make fake clouds to cool the earth. He's the reason why a lot of malaria is taken care of. They would have you to believe. Coercion is a more pressure by overt force, I thought. Well, coercion is what your brain does as a result of that, not necessarily the action of it. Mind control isn't all about giving someone drugs and telling them, ooh, you want to be a woman. Yeah, this isn't hypnotube. Sometimes it's more subtle, covert even. Inception and seeding is the term. That is it. That is it. The mosquitoes. Yes. There's also people who are trying to put a bill through to have neutralized, sterilized mosquitoes released into jungle environments to breed with disease-carrying mosquitoes. But there's also small enough technology to make those mosquitoes drones, right? So there's a lot of schizos on that fucking shit too right now. This is, yeah, welcome to my sissy hypno channel. Put on the socks, put on the socks. It won't make you gay, they're just fucking socks. Put on the fucking socks. This is far more insidious than Hypnotoad. Yeah, you can see Hypnotoad. Shit ton of skaters dumped in California. I know, I saw that. How is California, a place that never has that much like bug activity in the grand scale of Earth, have the most active mosquito population for the first time ever just now? The year where they're trying to approve releasing mosquitoes in that very same Silicon Valley, the labs there to sterilize said mosquitoes. Is this a test? Perhaps? They were also doing in California just the other day urban military training in suburban neighborhoods, like 4 a.m. doing a smash and grab style military exercise in streets, in urban streets. A fun little scare at 4 a.m. Yeah, that's what I saw. It was a few people being like, what the fuck is happening? Why do I see smoke coming out of this abandoned mansion nobody's lived in? Thanks for stopping by, Kurzik. Oh, hell nah. There's also this new thing about suppressing local terrorism, even online. So some of my more extreme American friends on Discord, just know that you're already on a list for for domestic terrorism, for having ideas. But same with I think they were going after trans people too. So you win some, you lose some. Lumping everything into one cell that they don't like how they're questioning things. Did you know I would be considered Antifa just because I question the intention of the current body of government? You're on the same list as the trannies. Well, I mean, you're already using Discord, so you're already pledged fealty to the trannies and the furries. Whenever the next international government shit test starts, they're 100% going to start digging political dissonance like me out through prison. I live in Canada. Oh yeah, there's so many really strict things. I have a friend right now who's being investigated for some pretty questionable things. But his claim is all he does is scroll what's already on said application, and he's never actually clicked or put anything up there, right? So we'll see how the Canadian government treats him. We're all groomers, great. Damn. You shoulda went back to Vent when you had the chance. Antifa is literally any organization. It's their cell structure is well documented. Is actually an organization. I thought it was just a portmanteau for anti-fascism. The trick is surviving as a white man in Canada is to realize that you check a certain alphabet box if you use your imagination. Antifa is an idea is a Marxist party line. I'm not American, so. Is your friend a lolicon? Mayhaps. And let's just say Canada doesn't take kindly to those people. Which only makes it more confusing. Well, that's that thing, right? They'll put information of one to distract from another. This could be another case of that. A lot of overlapping things happening that they want to make it hard for you to look up. New and advanced technology which would harm the current industry is being suppressed. I'm gonna say no, because the technology is already in the hands of the billionaires. And people who are working on innovations, technically, very few of them resist the buyout, man. It's just so appealing that everything is owned by such a finite group of people with the majority of the money, that if you are creating something revolutionary, the chances are you're gonna get bought out. Because like a lot of the innovations, like, I don't know, university, even like grade school science fairs, billionaires are out scouting and buying new innovations to call their own. If the police need to frame you for something, they will download 10 terabytes of CSAM onto your computers after throwing you into jail. Oh no! How are they gonna find the room? I already have so much CSAM in there. There's no more room for more. I think the vast majority of secret technology is military related. Especially when the new tech is finding a new and novel ways to shove things up your ass. It's very beneficial. Well, like, what was it? A lot of the flat earthers are just getting onto renewable energy through magnet polarity. I saw this one schizo trying to sell me this little box on his Amazon storefront, and it took the heat from the sun and became a generator. 6 months, 6th day on the 26th year at 6 p.m. We are in the 666 portal. If you want to expand into the software, then all the intelligence and software and exploits they haven't disclosed. It's true. Isn't that what Onion browser and Tor and shit like that was invented for? Was to test those online things before it was accessible? And then they created a new advancement environment to test things, so they just gave people access to Onion and Tor. Or I guess Tor, and then people created Onion to access it. If you want to, Satan guide my conspirituality. I've had a backdoor into cyber intelligence agencies that was posted for free for anyone to download on GitHub. It was recently shut off, but it's not that crazy. Oh yeah, they'll find you. They'll find you, and if they can't hire you, they'll kill you. Trust us, we'll give up all your data. Gets hacked 3 days later. Oh my god, don't even get me started on the 23andMe bullshit. The government uses people as patsies to hide the involvement in criminal activity. There's a lot of theories on this is what the mob is. Like the Italian mob, because of the affiliations with like Roman Catholics. And there's a lot of colonial fealty to Catholicism. Basically, if you're the one using Tor protocol, then everyone can see what you're that you are the only one using it, so just release it, and now everyone else is also using it. It's like, what is it? That weird mold, that living mold that like branches out from a singular cell, you know? I think it's true to some extent, but gets overblown by schizos. Everything does. Humans are programmed to have answers. That's why they get so anxious when there's something unknown. For Charlie Kirk, people are wondering if the alleged shooter actually did it, or if someone closer to the crowd like Tyler Robinson took the fall for it. I know there was some inconsistencies with the shooter's social media, and that he also worked for NASA. Is that the one? The guy who also worked for NASA? No, that was the one who tried to shoot Donald Trump recently at that one event. That was really weird. There was like a mentalist doing card tricks for Donald Trump and Melania, and then some NASA kid came and tried to shoot him. Misinterpreting things you genuinely perceive is called delusion. So if we need a noun to call delusional instead of schizophrenic, would we call them the delus? Isn't that a museum or something in French? I saw that clip. The government uses people as patsies to hide the involvement of criminal activity. I feel this way about most organized crime syndicates. Am I thinking of the Louvre? Maybe. Maybe. The deluge? I don't know. The deluge. I could just be retarded, and that's fine. This is for entertainment purposes. I'm gonna lean a little more to agree. Because the mob arrived with the Catholics. A luge is a sledding sport. Oh yeah, cool runnings. Cool runnings. Okay, either that or Deleuze, which is a postmodern scholar. I don't fucking know, man. I'm just drinking my malt liquor and chain smoking my dab pen and hoping for the best. Certain significant events have been the result of the activity of a small group who is secretly manipulating world events. This is literally the same question with different wording. Some UFO sightings and rumors are planned or staged to distract from real human contact. Oh my god, am I fucking crazy, dude? My mom and 2/3 of her siblings are schizophrenic, so I'm also afraid of getting framed as crazy someday. We gotta bring him in for his own safety. Oh yeah, that's how most of my family is, to be honest. We're all on the verge of a psychotic breakdown. I'm surprised we survived so long. There's a reason. A lot of mentally ill people were born in the 90s. Isn't really being crazy. It means I'm hearing whispers, and that's not cool. I think it's like a chemical imbalance of the separation of your subconscious and conscious. That's the way my sister described it. It was like thoughts that were usually just thoughts become louder and harder to ignore. That's how she described it when we were starting to take care of her state. Her mental state. It's like that whitest kids you know skit. So true. That's crazy. My grandma's schizophrenic and bipolar. Maybe there's a reason why we all ended up together. We had to grow up around mental instability. And these sort of connections are normalized in those spaces. The delusion is thinking that the whispers are real when you're headed down the rabbit hole. Or thinking that they are intentionally sent to you specifically by a certain body or individual, sometimes a celebrity, sometimes a government. Experiments involving new drugs or technologies are routinely carried out to the public without their knowledge and consent. COVID. Bird flu. AIDS. Certain types of cancer that did not exist 40 years ago, like HPV. Every psychiatric drug. Oh, that's so true. So true. The Earth already provides almost every psychotropic event that the humans, quote unquote, lack. Because, like, that's the thing. A lot of these things that are marked as mental illnesses have functionality back in, like, you know, pre-industrial revolution timelines, right? Like back when we were all living in forests and caves and shit. There was a lot more function for your average autistic person. Attention to detail, a change in circadian rhythm naturally, sensory input sensitivity. That was all really, really good things for keeping a tribe alive. But when you think about a society that wants to feed off of a domesticated livestock of humans to further the benefit of an individual, like harvested, like a human battery, autism doesn't serve that narrative because they're mentally programmed to run on a different functionality that for thousands of years was considered useful, you know? Melatonin, exactly. Saint equals pathological generosity and hypomanic. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The Machiavellian was just somebody with antisocial personality disorder. And we wouldn't have so many revolutions without the Machiavellian. Us suppressing the Machiavellian mind with pharmaceuticals is why the guillotine is no longer an option, and you just sit there waiting for somebody to come revolutionize the things you don't want. It's because we're so abated by the system that we've been pretty much bred to rely on. They call us goy, but it's really not that funny. We are fucking cattle, dog. Loesch farming, suffering from common to feed the higher group, an alleged real deity. The demiurge craves fear. It powers it. Is the ruling class talking shit because Machiavelli snitched on the ruling class? But did that feed a change in the structure, the social structure, the empirical structures? And those attributes were used by many people after that to further separate revolutions. It's pronounced louche. What did I say? Loesch? Loesch. The louche. But it looks stupid spelt like that. Well, that's the French. Everything they spell looks stupid. Suffering from common feeding a higher group. Okay, let's see. A lot of the important information is deliberately concealed for the public because of self-interest. The files! Release the files! It puts the luge on the skin. I'm never gonna live that down. I told you guys, I'm not intelligent. I'm just nosy. That's probably... Let's see. You've completed the list. You tried your best to store your data for research. No. You view your results. Will you be willing to answer more questions? Nah. How susceptible am I? My conspiracist belief score was 4 out of 5. The average college student was 222. Hell, don't get me started on the scam that is college. Government malfeasance. This facet of belief reflects the government commits crimes on its own citizens, 4 out of 5. Global conspiracies, 5 out of 5. Control of information, 3 out of 5. That seems low. Extraterrestrial cover-ups, 3.6 out of 5. personal well-being reflects individuals who are currently harmed by concealed dangers. Okay. That seems low. 4.07 out of 5. Not 4 out of 7. What scales out of 7? Wait, 7 is also a really like important number. Numerology. So I also found a series of critical thinking tests, and the only reason why I thought this was interesting is because it had a really cool video intro. And these are general conspiracies, popular conspiracies, where I can test my level of discernment compared to my beliefs on this organization who made this test is the School of Thought, and they were like the major lobbyists when it comes to like teaching critical thinking in schools and stuff like that. Rest in peace, those guys. But this is their initiative, right? These are the conspiracy tests. So I don't know if this is interesting to you guys. It was just, I thought I would find some activities to start us off. So it's got a cool little video. I want to watch the cool little video and I'm going to drink some more. Does it have the gay frogs chemical theory? I will get you guys to suggest theories, and if I find them, I will do the test. I will also provide the website if you want to see your discernment test of comparing the facts to the bullshit out there on the internet. Okay, it's so cute, isn't it? Is this not adorable? Oh no, I'm being abducted by aliens! Ah!
Conspiracies.
The lizard man speaks.
Real.
Listen and
Throughout
learn.
history, powerful people have conspired to mislead, harm, and kill for their own power and profit. But in the disinformation age, it has become increasingly difficult to know which conspiracy theories are truly likely to be true.
Oh, I fell over. It would be so sad if somebody probed me in the bottom.
Introducing.
Damn! Can it be her? Can she probe me?
Your mission is to take on the role
we have a mission,
of
guys.
Detective for your own brain.
We're gonna play detective, conspiracy detective.
Conspiracy theory can pass your critical
the
thinking
moon landing,
investigation.
flatter. Okay, now we get to okay. I'm gonna show you guys the conspiracies. Shout out ones that look interesting to you. We have the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. We have UFO and aliens. It feels like something out of the 90s. It's from 2021. Can you believe that? This is like peak anti-vax type shit. You know, back when they were trying to push for critical thinking in schools. I found this website through when I was going to school to be an educator. We could do the moon landing. We could do flat Earth. We could do QAnon. Let me know if anything pops out to you. We could do global warming. We could do 5G. 9/11 was bad. The John F. Kennedy assassination orchestrated beyond Lee Harvey Oswald. Was that critical race theory not thinking? I thought it was the same group that did it though. Trick question, they're all very real. Anyone thinking they'll teach critical thinking in school? Just the US government? What about Mossad? They put their money towards genetic engineering. They don't put money towards websites for quizzes. That's an American thing. Can we talk about the replacement and extinction of Europeans and eventually East Asians? Eventually, yeah. Chemtrails, is that the frogs gay thing you were talking about? Except QAnon. That shit is admittedly the troll. Wasn't it the son of the owner of 8chan that did it? There was a whole documentary on HBO about QAnon. Secret societies. The plandemic. Didn't die? Princess Diana is still alive. Europeans are kind of vague. Did you mean the Nordic Aryans? There's a theory about the Nordic Aryans being aliens that I really like. Stop the steal, the 2020 election. We don't have to do these. These are just discernment activities. The mysterious hacker known as QAnon. The Princess Death assassination is an interesting one. Other than vax stuff, QAnon sounds good. Whoa, the plandemic. I know, right? What a blast from the past. Extinction of the whites and the Asians is just the whites and the Asians voting for welfare. Well, also they keep letting Indians into their country. And I don't think Indians often give people an opinion on whether or not they're going to breed you. If you catch my drift. The Raelians, I believe. They're aliens that are all blonde. Yeah, yeah! The Agarthans. The Poodemic. So you guys wanted to do the Princess Die, somebody said? I don't know how any of these are. It was just something I stumbled across doing a project when I was going to school for education administration. I don't even know what the project was about. This was years ago. Not gonna lie, an alien cult is getting started by a French car race driver, and it's hilarious to me. There's this one YouTuber girl that tried to kill herself, got found, and then started a cult of people who are allowed to believe whatever they want as long as she's their leader, and it's called the Unicorn Cult. That or JFK. Okay. Well, let's see. If this sucks, we'll just move on to something else. I've not done any of these. It just, they put a lot of effort in the graphic interface. That's me. I'm pathetic human. The intergalactic deep state Illuminati is talking to me.
Regardless, it is my duty to welcome you aboard.
Okay.
And provide the following contrived exposition of your mission.
Yes, please contrive my mission. Oh my god, he wants to eat me.
To be rational, we must think in terms
just like
of
in my Japanese anime.
Rather than true or false.
Okay.
1% means you think it is very likely that this is a
okay, so this is a discernment scale.
99% means you think that there's almost certainly no real conspiracy.
Okay.
So how skeptical are you that this conspiracy theory is true?
Okay. Thanks, Zorg from the Krypton dimension or whatever it said. Probable cause. 1% equals very likely. 99% is certainly no conspiracy. My baseline skepticism for I didn't die. I think she was killed because she was going to tell secrets. And she had no longer a reason to have fealty because her husband cheated on her a shit ton. Oh my god, it's all animated. I'm so excited for this. I didn't expect the animations to continue.
How many real-life people would need to be
Hi, Fallen Rose.
for this conspiracy to be viable?
Okay.
Often conspiracy theories refer to mysterious, hand-wavy institutions, but of course, those institutions need to be made up of people with their own lives, families, and sense of justice.
See, yes, she aligns with the Epstein Islands. The days that her husband is photographed with Epstein are days she stayed home with her kids. She knew there was something fucked up.
Just getting even 12 people
Multiple people brought their kids to that island.
Without
not her
early is nearly impossible.
Examine the viability. You ever, after considering what now, just how many people would have needed to keep their big mouths shut, I recommend increasing our skepticism. How many people could have, like, I think the level of people who could have witnessed this event because it was late at night is low, almost manageable. If anything, this means that, like, it's more likely they were able to suppress information for people who witnessed it. It was at like 1 a.m. She was on the way back from hanging out with her new boo thing, right? It was her boo thing, and her driver, if I remember correctly. Michael Jackson said, nah, fuck the island, come to my theme park. They also lived on the same streets because Epstein had several houses in the States, one of which was very close to Michael Jackson's. Very blatantly a hotspot and part of the worldwide trafficking ring. No shit. I'm going to say the believability of the time frame she gave me made me... I don't want to increase it. I want to go down. Okay, this changed nothing. It won't let me go the other way.
Highly adaptive. Excellent fresh.
It's playing with my results. It's confining me.
But on the negative side, your brain is also effortlessly deceived by simple magic tricks. If your brain can be so easily fooled by
Oh my god, I can't believe he got a rabbit.
Why not conspiracy theories? Even when you know someone is trying to fool you, your brain fails. Watch this attention test video.
I feel like I'm being manipulated by this information. Remember that they were mad at Michael Jackson because he protected all those kids. What was that one song that they don't really care about us? And then he said a shit ton of like names. Getty. Like I didn't even know Getty was that important of a person until that conspiracy went up. And then it turns out the owner of Getty's Images was really close to people like Weinstein and Epstein. Never trust a brain. Okay. Who done it? Let's see. Okay, let's see if we can find who done it.
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death with a blunt instrument. I want each of you to tell me your whereabouts at precisely the time that this dastardly deed took place.
I was polishing the brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs, sir.
Why, I was planting my petunias in the potting shed.
It was always the small head tribe.
Arrest
Wild
Lady
thoughts?
Smythe.
But how did you know?
Madam, as
There's
any
only
horticulturist
one
will
blunt
tell you,
object
one does
there.
not
It's
plant
clearly the
petunias
maid.
Until May is out. Take her away.
Would a candelabra count
It's
as a
just
blunt
matter
object?
of observation. The real question is, how observant were you?
I wasn't paying that much attention. Did you notice the 21 changes?
Clearly, somebody in this room murdered Lord Smythe, who, at precisely 3:34 this afternoon, was brutally bludgeoned to death. With
Oh
a
shit!
blunt instrument.
They're changing the narrative. Oh, look at that
Tell
guy
me
rolling around.
your whereabouts at precisely the time. that
Wait,
this
are they gonna
dastardly
change the
deed
dead
took
guy?
place.
They even changed the fucking
I
carpet!
was
I
polishing the
didn't know!
brass in the master bedroom.
I was buttering his lordship's scones below stairs.
Holy shit, they
I
changed
was
so
planting
much!
my petunias in the potting shed.
Constable, arrest
You knew this video?
Lady Smythe.
Really? This is fucking hilarious. What is this website? I was wondering where the fuck the ominous black statue went. You guys are paying way more attention to me. Here I'm watching chat and that's my downfall. I will ultimately fall for anything at this point. Look out for the cyclists. Do the test. You okay? Okay, so this is just situational awareness test. Considering you've been tricked, I will increase my skepticism. No! It won't let me decrease my skepticism. I want to believe. Fine, we'll go 1%. Now praise me, alien overlord. I'm a good girl.
To have confidence in our beliefs, we need to consider alternative
You want to play with this? I'll put it in the
perspectives with
Discord.
an open mind. Watch this debunking video and see how much it's able to help you increase
Is
your
this put out by the
skepticism.
UK government?
But
I don't know,
remember,
but it showed me
this video
balls and
may
that's
contain
funny.
its own biases, so view it with
But
skepticism
actually...
too. The point of watching this video is to just openly consider an
Oops.
alternative perspective.
I just found this was interesting, but I saved the bookmark when I was in university like 6 years ago. And then, I don't know, I saw it and it had the word conspiracy, so I was like, let's try this too. Because it was just sitting in my bookmarks for years, untouched, so I really don't know much about this. Girl reminds me of Terran Adjutant from StarCraft. I had a crush on her. Oh yeah, and like Morrigan and shit. I remember feeling some sort of way about Morrigan. That shit's so old. Ooh. Most of my viewers are in their 30s. You won 1 point of skepticism. Kerrigan, that's what it was. I haven't touched that shit in so long. She was so fine. Okay, the other side.
We interrupt this film to tell you we are getting reports that Diana, Princess of Wales, has been badly injured in a car crash in France.
Diana, Princess of Wales, has been seriously injured.
It's been confirmed her latest love, Egyptian millionaire Dodi Al Fayed, has been killed.
Egyptian billionaire?
Diana, Princess of Wales, has died after a car crash in
Killed in a car accident in Paris.
Aren't the Muslims a notorious enemy of the tiny hat people?
Killed the princess, swirled. In response, the Metropolitan Police
was mud
Operation
sharking
Paget to determine if any might have truth to them.
Our next guest, Lord Stevens, led the inquiry into the conspiracy surrounding Diana's
How do I get rid of this like UI?
That morning we were having a conference down at Kingston Hill, and the message came through.
25 years of the truth behind Diana.
Police to investigate the crash and the allegations made by Mr.
Yeah, it was like 1 in the morning. There was barely any witnesses.
Because of what I've been doing in Northern Ireland.
Like, it's a manageable amount of witnesses. They should have let me put my skepticism down.
Paramilitaries and the security forces. And
the Jews made this website, I bet.
I did it. What we did, we broke down every single allegation to 104 allegations and investigated
Forced me to be convinced.
And one of the things we learn is that you interviewed Prince Charles.
Yes, but you know, we got in touch and I said, you know, His Royal Highness has got to be interviewed by us, and I'm sure they understand that. So
mud sharking was just a cover to find an ally convenient to opposing the Metsia mob controlled by the monarchy, and that's what I mean. The amount of crime syndicates owned by the Catholic Church and the royal family is insane.
Where she refers to my husband.
Muslims are dumb imprints who do the little hats send this biological weapons into Europe.
Prince Charles knew nothing about that note until it became public in 2003.
In the name of the Pope.
Was actually taken to the coroner's court.
Which Pope, though? There's also a 3-Pope conspiracy. That's pretty fun.
We gave evidence at the royal inquests that took place.
Peter Thiel is the Black Pope.
In public, in front of a jury of people drawn from society. That came to the same conclusion.
Are you happy in your mind?
Yeah, black and grey.
There's no doubt that Princess Diana's death was an accident.
No, I'm absolutely convinced. Totally.
I went with 2 other people. We spent over a week in MI5.
Sounds like what they'd want me to
access
think.
To all of their files. And,
don't forget to buy your hat so you're safe from the brainwaves.
Files. There was nothing there in relation to Diana. We did exactly the same thing, backtracking into the security services, CIA in America, and some of their secret ways of listening to things. And there was no sign anything to do with the conspiracy of Princess Diana.
It's time to check out some of the most prevalent theories surrounding the death of Diana. Our first theory is that the driver, Henry Paul, was paid by security forces in either France or the UK to intentionally crash the car. The physical evidence, however, points
he's been her driver for like years.
Recklessness. The day after the crash, French authorities announced Paul's blood alcohol level was 3 times the legal limit.
That's not enough to crash, though.
Not an
3 times the legal limit is not drunk.
Crash.
That's like tipsy.
It seems like an Olympic
either that or my fucking tolerance is broken.
Yeah, let's intentionally crash this car.
3 times, 3 times the legal limit is a Tuesday afternoon. What are you talking about?
Diana was killed by the British state because she was supposedly pregnant with Al Fayed's child.
See, that's the one I believe.
Theory, however, is the
she is birthing. She's diverging the bloodline of the fucking.
All concluded Diana was not pregnant.
Because she's a Habsburg, right? Oh shit, she wasn't pregnant.
Cycle was normal at the time. She was using contraception, and she had never mentioned a pregnancy to anyone. Another theory surrounding the princess's death is that her medical care was intentionally sabotaged.
I think she was having Trump's child, actually.
Between UK
sleeping with
and
Trump?
French emergency protocols, while the UK prioritizes getting injured victims.
This time in the 90s is when Ivana was starting to break up with Trump. So who knows? Maybe that's why Ivana left him.
Transporting a person to the hospital. This theory
I would do the same thing for my daughter if she was race mixing.
Doctors and caregivers.
Bro, you guys are gonna get me fucking.
As well as
you're gonna get me fucking sniped by a Mossad agent, I swear.
That no matter
a sentence worse than being cancelled.
Practically impossible for Diana to survive her injuries.
Hi, Kurzik, welcome back.
After examining 175 different theories surrounding Princess Diana's death, Operation Paget concluded none had any basis in reality, determining the crash was,
of course they would.
A tragic
they work
accident.
For the royal family. Dadoy. I think Ivana left because Trump was banging Maria Maples. Trump was banging a lot more than just one person. Allegedly. Did that change my opinion? I don't trust the accuracy of pregnancy tests in the 90s.
Shifting our mindset by taking on a different point of view can help offset our biases. Here's a selection.
They're really trying to change my mind. Like I still feel she was intentionally killed. All of these sources they're giving are owned by the UK government. Give me an investigation outside of their system. Yeah, I totally investigated myself and I saw nothing like this. Notes on the next screen are people who think the didn't die conspiracy might be true. Okay, so now we're gonna see it from the perspective of people who believe it wholeheartedly. This is what I've been waiting for. While the royal family was embarrassed by the divorce and the public life of the tragic events of this accident do not have the hallmarks of an assassination, there were far too many variables that would have allowed her to escape such an attempt. So what, do you expect her to crawl out of the car? This was Phineas, whoever the fuck that is. She was a high-profile, loved individual, and her death was a surprise. That's always a recipe for conspiracies. What do you mean? You thought I was getting believer claims? Come on. Will Nono drink a lot and say wholesome things? I always say wholesome things. What do you mean? I'm so wholesome. Why would she fake her death? She was the princess and she had boys. Why would she want to leave them? That's really sad. I feel like it was not an accident because the driver said he was way over the drinking limit. I feel like it wasn't an accident because the driver said he was over the drinking limit. Okay, so these are claims of internet users who are believers. So this is so normie. Yeah, this is somebody's grandma on Facebook. Let's racially profile these people who are giving us the opinions on Princess Diana's death. Why swap a small and largely irrelevant scandal with a big one, impactful and horrendous scandal? So you think the irrelevant scandal was her dating an Egyptian? Is that what you mean? They misinterpreted the blood alcohol levels of Brock Turner and Chanel Miller too. Oh. That, and they couldn't have tested it at the time of the crash. That was probably an afterthought hours after, you know? I don't want to get tragically accidented by a Palantir drone. No! No! I'm gonna die! Guys, this is my last stream ever. I'm now announcing my graduation. And it wasn't the juice. So whoever had a bet, you were wrong. I'm pretty sure Peter Thiel is actually no, he might be. We'll look into that later. She faked it. She faked it and ran away and she lives in Dubai. Optional. See if you can come up with a good reason someone might want to be skeptical about the conspiracy theory and write a short note. The best ones will be... I don't want to do that. You know what? This changes nothing. These are all Facebook moms.
The test. After you've gone through the slightly annoying process of entering your details, you will be shown how you compare and be given the opportunity to download free critical thinking posters and or buy some.
He's trying to sell me space cards! Was that a picture of the George Washington deification dome? I hate reaction content. I am not giving you my information. Suck my dick. Let's do... This is all facts. I don't like to do a facts over feeling debate. We're not gonna play that game. This music is really epic. Stop second guessing. Get your tax support today. Okay, this has ads apparently. I have the generic VTuber go-to, a tier list that I kind of threw together. So we're gonna rate them from psychosis slop, the schizo cusp. This is the bottom. Psychosis slop is shit that just like the most depraved weirdo connections. Schizo cusp are people who, you know, stumble across theories, adopt them as their own, and elaborate from there. And usually, you know, make no fucking sense. Shit posts are like the QAnon level shit, where it's like obviously for inflammatory reasons, adjusting the information as they go. Don't care means I don't give a shit. Me personally, whatever. It's getting warmer means that they're onto something, but they're not quite there yet. The red pill means that I'm convinced, but I'm gonna need more information. Facts means I am completely fucking sold. And truth means it's a fucking truth nuke, and it's an undeniable part of us and our existence today as PNs in this modern society. Welcome, Anima Viction. What's up, dude? Yes, a tier list. So hopefully this isn't too much of a sloppa for you. But, you know, I fit the narrative, whatever. Everybody else does it okay. I don't do yappas. I don't do fucking ZATSUs. So let me know what you think, because the shit's mad uncomfortable for me. And we're gonna block out the ad because whatever. You're TurboTax. You're not allowed to sell shit to my audience. Fuck you, TurboTax. I don't care who the government sends. I'm not paying my taxes. Ugh, I gotta burp. Ugh. Every single one in the truke. Should we leave it up to consensus? Do you guys want to do this together, or do you guys want to see my stance? What are you here for? Are you guys here to just like, whatever, have a convo? Like a trap house convo like the good old days? Or do you guys want to learn more about me and where I stand? Let me know. And then I'm gonna drink some more malt liquor, because it feels good, man. Who needs sobriety? Not me. Must destroy the evil liver. Oops. Okay. You're an H&R Block devotee. In Canada, H&R Block uses TurboTax. Ah! The monopoly is real. Will Nono make a burping ASMR someday? Just drink a shit ton of sodas and then whisper my review and then barf. Is that what you want? Rogue the Poon. Thank you so much. Or Rog the Pun. Rog to Poon. Welcome. He fell into the river. I hope he knows how to swim. Just kidding. That's how I get you. Doesn't matter. You're getting dragged down. Your opinion so we could talk about it. Tell us your schizo prophecies. I'm such a retard. Don't believe anything I say. Maybe I should change the disclaimer to don't believe anything this dumb bitch says. Do you want burps though? I could crack a beer instead. The malt liquor is not gonna give me burps. I could give you burps. Here. This one goes out to all the burp fetishists out there. License to burp. Okay. Area 51. Well, it is a place. It is an established place. I've heard a lot of theories that Area 51 is to cover the grounds of a much more large-scale underground compound where the United States military tests things. It has nothing to do with aliens. There's theories because of the UAP sightings in New Mexico are so high that that's what we've decided is quote unquote the best place to study these phenomenons, right? There's also a theory that stolen technology is being hidden and refined there, and like, you know, the government killed Tesla to get all of their tech. The government killed Edison to get all of his tech. yada, yada, yada. And that all that's there. I've even heard shit about the celebrities' clones are made in that specific facility. I've heard schizos in the past. Again, this is a lot of these branch theories I got is from having these conversations with drug addicts. Okay? Drug addicts have a lot of time on their hands and they be thinking about some shit. I've also heard stuff about those facilities are cover-ups for the branches of the intergalactic influence on Earth that the government has been aware of since the 60s, does their work, right? Their hub of information where all of them report back to before they go up to the massive sky colonies, right? So like, there's a lot of branches that come out of Area 51. So we're gonna take it from don't care to believe, like, yeah, it is there. We're on to something. It is there. It is not disclosed as to why exactly it is there. Do you know the theory about Lenin being a mushroom? No, but I love the thought. Like, I'm actually really excited to look into that. Don't let me forget about that. I am convinced, just because of the sightings data, the government affiliation, the just general mystique and appeal of the place, that it does serve a purpose that we are not being told about, in full disclosure. Do I think there is a definitive purpose aside from studying ununderstood things going on there? Like, I don't think they're cloning people. I don't think that they are studying alien tech there. I think they're studying alien tech elsewhere. I don't think they're gonna keep it there. That's too obvious. I think they're protecting it as aggressively as they are for a good reason, though. And I think that has to do with completely Earth-related things. And the whole mysticism of the alien bullshit is to keep people off the track of where the actual alien bullshit is happening. Yeah, Antarctica, North Pole, you know what I mean? The aliens want our society because we have a magnetic polarity. We have trees. We are an ideal self-replenishing battery in the eyes of our intergalactic overlords. Shrigma male. There's a massive conspiracy theory about how the art embassies of non-profit are being used to traffic people across the world given the types of containers that they search. Yeah, and that also expands into the whole like Wayfair shit and the Black Rock shipping containers having screams coming out of them in certain shipping yards. You've seen it in person. The alien technology for yourself, believe it or not, that shit is real. Okay. So his sources, I said so. Good for you. Very cool. I believe that. Very cool. Jesus loves me. I'm sure he loves everyone. The welfare child selling rabbit hole is a thing. Yeah, okay, we won't diverge too much from Area 51. Wayfair, the furniture and home decor company, yes. Have you heard about the coast to coast alien call? Every, 27 minutes we get an unknown broadcast from an unknown location. From like the origins of which are lost to time, but this one radio stands, I forget where, somewhere in America, and they receive a signal every like 27 minutes. And people are convinced that that signal is like a sonar beacon to another planetary, establishment beyond our earthly governments. Horrifying money laundering because it's almost the latter. Hey, it's a long story and sometimes you just be seeing shit. Okay, you saw it on a camera. Okay. And you know what? It's hard to deny the collective consciousness when so many people, it's like when people have the same dream or remember the same Mandela effect. You cannot take those experiences from those individuals. You cannot say they're not real, because to them, it's their perspective and their experience. It is very, very real. Reality is relative to the viewer. I'm going to say it is beyond warm. I think they're definitely onto something. I am convinced, but I am not convinced that everything about this conspiracy theory is what's going on. Which there are some that I agree with 100%. Area 51, there's a lot of people grasping at straws to explain phenomena that they just are going beyond what I think is actually happening there. We're finding mysterious things from unknown origins. They're being studied. Yeah. Have we harvested or gained the ability to use them to our advantage, or is it a threat, or is it perpetuating other conspiracies unrelated to aliens? I don't really think so in my heart of hearts, you know? The ancient nuclear war. All right. Okay. So, the ancient nuclear war is one of the great apocalypse theories. I think there's a group of people who believe the world has already ended several times up until this point, and we are on the cusp of it ending again, right? And a lot of ancient civilizations believed in these mass extinction events and, you know, fucking perpetuated them, drew pictures of them, talked about them in their verbal and written, you know, cultures. The ancient nuclear war is often affiliated with Anunnaki. We're back on aliens. The Anunnaki versus the lizard people. This is how I understand it. We're not going to look up too much of these. This is as Nono knows it. Feel free to correct me on any of this. So the ancient nuclear war was the separation of people who wanted to help Earth thrive and the others who wanted to use Earth as a charging station, a big battery, right? This historical war is mentioned in the Bible. It's written in Indian historical texts. It's mentioned in myths around the world. Some modern nuclear scientists refer to it. Geology supports it. Some of the separations of Pangea do not match the patterns of seismic activity. So there are geologists out there who think this mass nuclear ancient event helped split the continents. Like, this one's big. This one's big. It's vague. And my schizo heart wants to believe this is true. Maybe there's something deep inside of me who really wants things like Agartha to be real. And these like alien races who had different intentions for the human civilizations. And all these like big wars and these endings of... I don't know how to explain it, but a part of me really wants this to be real. I think this is cool. Cause like, what if the pyramids were lined with copper filled with crystal with gold on the tip and were used on different polarities so they can charge a gigantic Tesla coil in space? That's cool. That's fucking cool. It was low enough for me to throw it in. It was like... I like fanfiction like conspiracy theories. They're funny. Yeah, well, then they also create shit like Scientology and shit like that. Joseph Smith and his alien intervention. It's because of erased civilizations like Atlantis. Indo-European groups wiped out and splintered into the Greeks and stuff, eventually to land and swallowed by the sea. Or the, what was it, Tartarians? The Incans and the Mayans apparently also had access to a lot of these alien technologies, right? Then why do our circuit boards match the setups of where they placed their pyramids and their crystal structures, their temples, and things like that. Like, there's so many theories that support this alien intervention. Not so many theories that support them being here and doing this. This was during the dinosaurs, this apparently happened. And it was during the fall of what India was before it was India. I ran and got my mom and it freaked her out because the blue lights shine and behind it and then it vanished. Ooh, I want to see that video. Mayans could tell the polarity twist. Yep. And so could the Indians. Why do two cultures from different genetic pools, thousands of years apart, know the exact same information? Bye-bye again, Kurzik. Well, based in reality, a massive European supremacy bias, but still. Well, this actually, I think the reason why people want to believe this, and a majority of the people who do believe this are white, is they want to absolve themselves from the real intention of things like colonization and shit like that. Norse and Germanic mythology is very alien-coded. Odin and his clan fought alien gods and built the earth for the last war. He takes the souls of the Aryan warriors to prepare them for an intergalactic war. Yeah! That's awesome. And I want to believe it because the Norse are very close to a lot of the representations of what the Talls, right? The tall, slender, blue-eyed, blonde hair aliens are like. There's also theories of a different section of aliens who came down solely to breed with human women. They came down giant, and by the time they left, we had, I forget what race that led to. I think it was like the Mongols, where it went from like the Nephilim to the giants to like the ogre to the human, right? Like it made its way down through breeding because the Nephilim, or this one specific group of aliens, came down specifically to breed and influence human women. It is the intergalactic cuckoldry of it all. They came here just to fuck your women and be bigger than you. Take that, intergalactic bull named Bradley. I once saw somebody black as charcoal baby in my house. It was weird. What? Whose black baby is this? How did the baby get into your house? I'm so confused. If Slender Man was real, he would definitely be German. He seems like a lot of German horror fairy tales. Yeah, they had a lot of like ephemeral void type stuff. The nuclear ancient war explains a lot of things, and it does red pill me. And in the back of my like schizo lizard brain, it helps me make sense why there's so many cultures that know the same things and like harnessed the same energy manipulation or had similar gods with different names, you know? It gives me this understanding of something that is so ineffable, something I would never know, and something from a time where it was all carvings left up to interpretation and verbal history. Like, of course I want to know. That's a part of human nature. He would be Finnish and a software developer. Yeah, because he's 6'4" and white as fuck. Definitely Finn. Most likely a gamer. And own a ThinkPad. Real and true. Cain is alive. So, the biblical figure Cain, who murdered his brother Abel to gain the favor of God. There is a conspiracy theory that Cain is still alive. The wandering Jew parallel from medieval folklore. Cain's unending trying to find justification for why killing his brother was worth it left him to walk as immortal pretty much until the second coming. Wild Hero believes Cain is alive. Why? There's a lot of people who like to connect it to Bigfoot, which in the Ojibwe faith, we actually have a clan of the upright bear man. I forget the Ojibwe name of it, but the white people call him Bigfoot. They call him Sasquatch, right? Cursed for eternity. Yes. Yes. And still watching. Cain is a monster. I don't think that's the same Cain, WWE Cain. Cain would be Jewish in the modern sense. The Jews of the Bible are now predominantly Anglo-Saxon. That's true. Not like the Khazarian Jews of today. There was this, like the Mormons have a lot of really weird stories. They had a claim that Cain was like hairless and like tall and dark. And he claimed to be Cain in the Mormon text. But when you delve into the theory of the man from 4,000 years in the future, which there was also a South Park episode about it, right? They came back because there's no money in the future. They come back to get our jobs. Looked a lot like this eternal Cain. So I think Cain even lives to the future. Cain could be a time traveler. How much do I believe it though? For me to believe it, I would have to believe in the events of the Bible. And I always thought or resonated with the Bible as a series of teachings modeled by individuals. I am a part of the group of people who don't believe the specific individuals beyond the original entities were, I challenge the idea that they were actual people. You know? Conspiracy theory is just Absed of Vampire the Masquerade. Absed? Is that a character? Is Absed Cain? Cain is just Sid from Final Fantasy. And he will never die. He will always be there. Europeans and Anglo-Saxons, by extension, are descendants of Indo-Europeans and Western hunter-gatherers. We did not originate the Levant. That shit is gay. I'm no Anglo, but I am a Celtic Nordic. I'm just saying, it seems pretty likely. I think they are real, but vastly exaggerated. I think they are multiple people and experiences housed into an individual representative body, if anything. And it's just like, it's hard for me to say that I believe it. Maybe it's generational. I am Native American, dude. My entire culture was snuffed out in the names of these people. So I don't know if anything beyond the idea is believable, because me, genetically, as an Aboriginal person from this specific part of the world, we did not believe in individuals. We believed in the ideas represented by the individual creature, the individual person, the season. Like, they're concepts with overarching themes given a title, but are they really a living person that could continue to live for thousands of years and go thousands of years beyond and then convince people that they look exactly like future humans? That's a big for me. I think we all came from Levant together. Again, I'm just saying, everybody moved around a lot, although throughout history. Humans are nomadic. We go to where's comfortable and safe, which is why we're all controlled by capitalism and technology. We're comfortable, we're safe. And every time we feel like we're not comfortable, we will rely on safety to gain comfort, which is why hustle culture is everywhere. Using technology to make our own money when the money that we can make using the system does not suffice. Fun fact, the idea of consciousness is conflated with God's. The voice in your head is always and has always been God. I agree with that. Things we can't explain are easier to associate for things outside of our bodies, outside of our minds, separate from our souls, separate from our karmic contracts and all that. Like old elders were in their 30s. How long ago people lived then? Hey, capitalism works just fine for hundreds of years until it started getting subverted. Cope. Cain is alive. The idea of Cain is alive. I think, to me, Cain is a name given to the idea of regret, guilt, gaining the favor of one to destroy a connection so deep. Cain represents an idea that is still alive. But do I believe Cain, a real person who existed and did those acts thousands of years ago, still alive today? No. No. The idea as if Cain was representing lives within us all. How many times have you given in what you're attached to and what you believe in for the favor of others just to be left behind? You know? For me, yes, the voice of God can be confused with your own thoughts. I only listen to the voices coming out of the burning bush. Did I mention my girlfriend's got chlamydia? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Damn, that cut deep. I don't know. We're just drunk no waxing philosophical. We have never had actual capitalism as theorized. We've never had any social structure exactly as theorized. The intervention of humans implementing it will always skew the narrative. The burning bush is peyote. I like that theory. Peyote is fun. Cultural Marxism. Ooh. Isn't that what one of you brought that up earlier when I tried to think that when I reduced Antifa to a portmanteau, somebody called it cultural Marxism, right? Like said earlier, the subversion of capitalism, replacement of my people, all started in World War II. This is why idols exist. Look up Rubber Duckling. That was God. Then everything just went to shit. It's outsourcing that did that. That's also when we let Chinese manufacture all of North American technologies. It's also around when we started hiring people to build things instead of the people who lived there. We would get people to come from other countries. Do you guys realize a majority of the people who fight the fires, the forest fires in America, are flown over from Canada? Like every summer, hundreds of thousands of Canadians are employed just to fight American firefighters, or forest fires. Australia too, I think, also sends a lot of people. Outsourcing is a huge mistake. Completely derailed the idea. Outsourcing and the mythos of infinite growth. Those are the two things that are why capitalism doesn't really work for us anymore. Where can you get in on that? It's super easy. I think it's just like an online thing, and then you go there for like 3 months and then you come home with like $15,000. Boomer and Nixon messed up everything. The modern monetary system is decoupled from the gold standard. Oh yeah, that was a huge fuck up too, is removing currency from gold standard. That's why gold is forever like it's the best thing to invest in anyway, because it's way more stable than any other thing out there. Buy gold now. Give this lisp feather a job to actually do. Lisp feather? Are you calling me a feather? At least I'm not a dot. They use chain gangs to fight fires like in Fire Country. Except capitalism doesn't promote infinite growth. No, but the people who are benefiting the most of capitalism do. And the people at the head of the corporations that establish capitalism as the status quo do. So even though capitalism in and of itself does not promise you infinite growth, the greed of the people in charge do. They should have switched from gold to silver because gold's mechanical usage and sterling silver is usually just for jewelry. That would have been smart because, yeah, gold, copper, quartz, all of those shit, lithium, that shit's so important for everything we rely on right now. Cultural Marxism. Let's go back. The far-right conspiracy that attributes to identity politics and progressive movements. When the left-wing academics secretly, like, infiltrate the status quo of culture. Like the bathroom thing, for instance. As I understand it anyway, I've never had a commie arc, so I'm not too clear on what exactly communism is. Progressive. Did I say progression? I meant progressive. They call themselves progressive in Canada. We don't call them left-leaning. We don't really call them liberals, even though there's liberals. But like the way that they infiltrate with what they feel is their academic achievements and then apply it to institutions that govern all people, right? It's like Australia is a great example of this. Like 10% of their population is gay. 30% of their population is Aboriginal. Every single part of the government needs to consider special requirements for the LGBT and the Aboriginal people. Legislature literally is printed in a language, Maori language, that only 30% of their government can read. Canada does it too. Ever since they did like the Indian Act or something like that, where they have to disclose shit. People vote for infinite free money. Oh yeah, UBI is huge here. People want that so bad. They did a few pilots already. Capitalism promotes letting free market create sustainability by rewarding merit. See, but that doesn't exist as it is right now anymore. Bernier was also in support of Israel. So we got a ways to go. Communism is just an excuse to take what you want by force, so a person doesn't need to give up their farm. So it's just serfdom with extra steps? You're thinking New Zealand, they speak Maori. Yeah, okay, New Zealand, my bad. But like, all these ideas that apply to a limited group of people are being blanket applied to legislature that affects everyone. Which is why people have a problem like with people who are clockable trans people being in the opposite gender's bathroom, you know? Because they didn't apply for that, but that legislature exists to appeal to that small demographic of people. Even now that the LGBT is louder than ever, it's still like statistically around the same amount of people are gay and trans. Avery, what about the People Party? Even someone who supports free market, I can agree, corporate focus on profit growth is a sustainability problem. Oh yeah. And that's where we start getting into the solutions. Israel is manufacturing and almost approved to have synthesized cocoa and synthesized meats put into American markets. They're on like the cusp of having that happen. decoupling from gold. Yeah. Nixon, Bush, and Henry Kissinger messed up the whole heaping amount of stuff. What do I feel about cultural Marxism? There's a lot of like anti-Semitic reasons that people think that it's being pushed. And it does kind of align with a lot of the genetic engineering advancements, a few Epstein emails with genetic engineers trying to, quote unquote, get them to change young so they're easier to control and stuff like that. And then there's the obvious overarching connection to Mossad for that individual in particular. And there's also a lot of Christian influence on doing this to protect like birthing and the modern nuclear family structure and stuff like that. Epstein was also trying to commission clones. He had his feet in a lot of actual like scientific advancements. Like he's given millions of dollars to some really concerning genetic projects. Avery is PPC. Always got at least bit slightly better than the CPC. The progressives, man, they really want to fit that in there to serve a small demographic. But like, how much do I believe that's a conspiracy? I think that isn't psychosis slop. I think this is actually happening. I think that it is shifting the world in a way that does not serve the majority of citizens. And I don't think the exchange is going to help keep our planet running as it is right now a viable option. Because like, there's so many things affecting the birth rate. There's so many things affecting the aging of people. You can point the finger at whatever culture or business owner you want. It's hard to not say, hey, why are we letting these people hang around our kids? Why are we promoting fandoms and hobbies and things like that that lead to certain things that lead to the results that create cultural Marxism? So I think this is a true fact. I don't think it's to the point where it can't be reversed. I do think it is purposefully trying to other people and a majority who has never had to be othered. Okay? That is my reasoning. I'm sorry I'm over explaining these. I don't know, should I cut it short? There's a lot. PSYOPs are real. PSYOPs are real. They've been admitted to, and multiple organizations do them regularly. Multiple individuals do them regularly. I will not elaborate. Like, it's constant. It's everywhere. And like, it's even on an individual level. And it's very effective. Publius. What is this? Publius Enigma. See, this one I'm not super aware of, so I'm gonna look it up. The Publius Enigma, an unsolved online mystery launched in 1994 from an anonymous user, claimed that Pink Floyd's Division Bell contained a puzzle. The band, let's see here, blah, 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 blah. So it is a symbol of the two heads facing each other in front of a triangle and then the prism, right? Let's see. They think that there's cryptic clues in this left by the band, supposedly in the booklet on specific page numbers, the dual head artwork communicating and running through songs. The mystery was never formally concluded. The prize was never awarded. So there is an active ARG, I guess, to do with this specific guy's theory he left on the internet. This is absolute psychosis slop. Some guy looked at this picture, read way too far into it, got way too high listening to Pink Floyd, put a blog post out on the internet. I bet 10 years later, after this guy already died of an overdose, they found it. And the reason why nothing was ever awarded is because this guy was so deep into his psychosis, he fucking killed himself. That's my theory. Quantum immortality. Do we live forever? Are we here paying a debt? How many souls actually are there? And how does this pertain to the NPC theory? Do you ever hear that? There's only so many souls in the universe. Therefore, the bodies you see are surveillance souls. That's why they don't have inner monologues and can't see like things. They can't visualize or imagine. There are people who are like that. They don't visualize, they don't dream, and they don't have narrative thought. Indians are unsouled. Is that why you think they're into the whole bodhisattva stuff, where they are detached spiritually? Is because they have no spirit to attach? Tap's head. Maybe Buddhism is a flag for that. Blew my fucking mind. Oh, this has been out there for a while, dude. There is a finite amount of souls. And there's a thought experiment, what was it? Quantum suicide? Where they tried to trap a quantum particle and kill it. And they thought that the gun had a 50-50 chance of firing because you cannot kill a quantum particle. But there is a chance that particle was harvested separate from a spiritual quantum particle. So in order to prove whether or not your spirit was a true one, was whether or not it could be killed by a bullet. It's pretty controversial. It's pretty out there. It's pretty stupid. It sounds very schizo, but it also aligns with a lot of reincarnation theories. Which is a lot of people use reincarnation theory as the backup, or karmic debt, which is weird because a lot of the theories people use to support this. I know what you said, Indians are unsouled wild, but the people who support this usually use theories from Hinduism and Buddhism to explain it, the phenomenon. There's a lot. The idea of an infinite soul, though, is kind of scary. I think it's like the same way I feel about being a vampire. Do we really want to live forever? Schrodinger's soul? Yeah. There's a clip from an Alan Wake that goes into that their Night Spring spoof. Wasn't Alan Wake in Phasmophobia? I haven't played that. Give me a millennia. Would you want to live that long? Let's see. Dynamic system theorists argue that the living system naturally moves towards a fixed point attractor, namely death. So that soul only surfaces. So separate from that, the biological decay around the soul helps it become more surfaced. So the older you are, the closer you are to revealing your soul as the body dies, because that's your soul escaping back into the ether. So, and now stay with me here. This is what makes me think it's real. When people get dementia, they can't lie. They can't hide their fight or flight. Their entire frontal lobe, aka the pineal section of their brain, aka the window to the soul, aka the third eye, is the most active it will ever be in your lifetime if you succumb to what we as humans medically call dementia. Is dementia really the falling apart of the human faculty? Or is this the breaking down of the mortal prison of your infinite cosmic soul. Dementia. Is that short for dimensional release? We leave the prison that is the third dimension and return to the seventh where we belong. We are assessed and our karmic debt is reapplied to where we are hosted next. As an atheist, I like hearing people's belief no matter how odd. I don't really believe this. I just love the idea of it. Okay. Deep down inside, I'm extremely skeptic. I'm a fucking doomer. I believe that nothing really matters, and the frivolousness of existence is made even more mystifying the more you fail to die. That's what I've learned. Terminal lucidity. Is it dementia because your mind moves dimensions? That's where I'm at in the thought train of the quantum immortality. It's your release back into the redistribution center that is the soul farm. And there are people who believe that there's new souls born. There's souls that return intentionally back to the paths that they're on. There's souls who wait hundreds of years to come back. But specifically quantum immortality, where there's only a finite amount of souls and everyone else is just skin suits carrying out what needs to be done for those who control the interconnected system of the battery that is Earth. I'm inclined to go a little beyond getting somewhere, because I know a lot of retards in my life. So I am inclined to believe the NPC theory is real and quantum immortality creates the parameters of which the NPC theory is real. Is real. Is real. Is real. Sorry, I thought that was funny, so I kept doing it. Is that scary? Ooh, I have scary music on. Maybe if I change the music, you'll be less scared. How are you feeling about the tier list? This might take a while. I planned on being here for a while, so I hope you don't mind. I believe that Indians have no souls, but I don't believe in quantum immortality. I think they're just like that. Well, there is other theories too, as to soul intention, and it's not just about karmic debt. There's also people who are here on karmic missions, and there are people who believe the worst of the worst are here for a sole purpose to inspire the best of the best to overcome. But that could also be humans reaching so they feel some sort of main character placement in the grand scheme of the billions of people shitting on this earth. It do be like that. It do be like that. Pentagon aliens. So when I was talking about Area 51 and how, though I believe it is a real place, it's a government thing, and that is where things are, I think once we find a use for them, they are moved. They are moved to places more geared to finding value of those technologies to service the advancement of humans and to protect said humans. I think all information that is useful that we got from alien, and alien doesn't necessarily mean somebody from an additional celestial body. Alien means we just cannot explain the origin of, or the origin is not of, where the other information we hold on to is from. Right? This could just be some random backyard experiment from some autistic genius kid, or some hidden technology that we found in, I don't know, a fucking abandoned insane asylum or whatever. Like, it could be anything. But once it's useful, it does not stay where we kept it initially. They're gonna move that shit around as it changes its application. I am the main character, however. Good for you, King. What character am I? I want to be the guy that stands outside of the gas station and tries to sell teenagers weed. Aliens are creatures from beyond the ice wall, and that's the firmament theory, that everything within the firmament is what we know as Earth. Everything outside houses the celestial bodies, the entities that live here. And there's several islands outside of the firmament that look just like our Earth and islands, right? This is a branch of the flat Earth theory. And then people like Sophia have an island and run that, and people like the Olympians have their own island. The giants still have their own island. Dragons have their own island in this theory, based on probably old medieval maps. And you know the thing about medieval people is they just be doodling anything anywhere. So they're like, oh, I'm gonna draw this cool snake in the middle of the ocean, and then 100 years later somebody's gonna find this medieval map and be like, oh my god, it's the Leviathan from the Bible. You know? I want to sell teenagers. Wait, no, keep talking. Don't end the sentence. You'll have to join the Discord and fill out a few forms and provide your ID and social insurance number and a little bit of Bitcoin, and then we will talk. If I was a celestial entity, I don't think I would want to live on the same plane of existence as humans. You don't have a choice. You just don't. Because beyond the infantile ideas that humans have of gods and creators, there's somebody who's still in control. Well, not even something. Somebody. It's something that's in control. Source. We don't choose nothing. Right? Tap's head. That's what they want you to believe. God is only a misinterpretation of the source. Epi! You're here! This is the guy! This is the guy! Okay, if you watch back in the VOD, I hope you're proud of me, because you know better than anyone else here. I know a lot about conspiracy, but it's like vague tidbits. I'm trying my best. Oh no, I love Epi. He's one of my favorite digital shamans. We live in a simulation. Okay, so this one, hear me out, and this is gonna tie together a bunch of shit that I've brought up in passing. I am inclined to believe, but not in the same way humans understand a simulation. More like how alchemists understood a simulacra. That's what I think it is. And I brought up several times that Earth is a battery for a higher entity. Earth, we're sending individuals into it as an individual soul to complete a task and come back. As we send it back out, energy cannot be destroyed. It can be stored, it can be moved, but it can't be destroyed. Is that silly? We are a planet that is a living magnet. A living, breathing, self-containing magnet. Though we are kind of destroying that slowly as time progresses, but undeniably, we live in the middle of a magnet. And based on our magnet's placement and the placement of other planets that aren't gas bodies, the other planets that are solid, they also have magnetism. Based on the placements and a few self-generating battery designs that humans have discovered over the last few hundred years, there's potential that the Milky Way is a massive magnet. Now hear me out. There's okay, this is where I'm gonna sound, this is where a lot of you are gonna get filtered out and like leave. There is an episode with, stay with me, jingle, jingle. I have the keys. Okay. Jingle, jingle, jingle. There is an episode of Rick and Morty. Okay. No. Please stay. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't click off. Okay. There is an episode of Rick and Morty where there are several layers inside of his car battery. Several entire established civilizations within each other don't know that they are batteries. They see Rick as a god. Rick sees them as a power source. I'm not saying that they predicted anything. I'm not saying that this is really factually what's happening. I'm saying with that thought structure, that line of events, that scale of inception with inception of deception to power something for something we will never understand, that continues us perpetuating our own individual life within a life within a life within an engine, is like that. Is like the battery in Rick Sanchez's car. If I were to sit here and try to explain this in an attempt to make somebody believe it, do I believe this? No. But if I were to try to explain the theory of why people think existence is a simulation, I can agree that I understand it because Rick Sanchez has 9 dimensions of fully lived humanity inside of his car battery. So is it psychosis slop? No. Is it schizocusp? Maybe. But I'm beyond that right now. Is it a shit post? I mean, if it was 80 years ago, I would believe that because we didn't have an understanding of the depth of what a simulation can be. Do I not care? No, I think it's fucking fascinating. Do I think it's interesting? Yes. Do I think it's convinced me? No. Do I think it's factual? No. Do I think it's something true we should all understand and believe? No. I would put it in getting warmer too. Exactly. Exactly. Because if you were to think about it as an alchemical power source on a galactic scale, Earth would be probably the lowest rung of that chain of order and energy consumption, or energy release, I guess. Oh God. I don't think I've ever said that theory aloud. But okay, the Rick and Morty thing, I hope you stayed. It's like, that's the only way I can make my thought process make sense. Incoherent stoner foid babble. Ah! See, if you were back in 2003 in that smoke circle, in that smoke-filled trap house with the broken toilet, we all had to piss off the balcony, you would be like, whoa, man, that blew my mind, and you would pass the bong. You are sitting here sober alone at your desk in 2026. Of course you're going to not get it. You wouldn't get it. I'm a high intellectual individual who loves Rick and Morty. This is fun. This is fun. Okay, wait, I'm gonna drink a little more. Let's see. Medieval found footage. I don't know what this one is either. So like, think of Rick and Morty. This is me hitting the vape behind my minimum wage job with my Pickle Rick hat. And I'm like, yo man, hear me out. She skipped alcohol and went straight to antifreeze. What can I say? I'm Native American. Now let me go huff some gas real quick. Let's see. The only source that I could find is a Medium article. So that says a lot there. So we're gonna start this right here. Let's see. During the time between now and the inauguration, I plan on trying to something regarding the peaceful globalist. Okay, over the weekend I was keeping up with Blame It on George. Oh, I love that channel. Easily my favorite YouTuber for Lost Media iceberg, blah, blah, blah. Layers of knowledge, tip of the iceberg. Okay. Nothing about time travel is particularly impossible. All that's needed to forward time travel is for time distortion to be created. Okay, whatever. Time distortion is not possible, although creating such a thing is rather unlikely. The aforementioned time codes, however, are much more likely to be fully impossible. Similar to motion, time is relative to the observer, and as such the time code would be needed for backwards time travel is about as likely as a suddenly rediscovering of the ether. Huh. Reverse engineering time. So they are claiming that somebody in medieval times came forward to get a camera and took footage of medieval spaces. It's a really shitty photo. It's really grainy. Time travelers. We're gonna put this, yeah, we're gonna keep this medieval found footage here down in Psychosis Slop with the Publius Enigma, which was just, it's a writing exercise. Ah, I see. If time travel was real, dependent on the structure of time, it would stop being linear. I think that's why people think that the recent shutdown of CERN Hadron Collider fixed a lot of the Mandela effects, because the cornucopia is back on Fruit of the Loom. Berenstain Bears, no longer Berenstain Bears, you know? A lot of that apparently recently has been corrected. So, who knows? Was that us reverting to a timeline created by the diversion the Hadron Collider created, and it just put us back down? I think Nelson Mandela was an alien. Like the African leader? And is that why we named the effect after him? I've always wondered why the effect was wait, I thought it was named because he died and everyone was like, oh my god, he died. And then 10 years later, he's alive and like terrorizing Africa or something. Time travel isn't real. I think Nelson, covering timelines is sure time travel, nah? Yeah, I think time travel would also apply to hopping timelines. They thought he died in prison, but he didn't. Yeah, a lot of people thought Macaulay Culkin died of a drug overdose too, and he's still alive and kicking. I love the Chris Rock jokes about Mandela. I was never really into Chris Rock, but I do remember Will Smith slapping the shit out of him. Cryptozoology. Okay. I'm Native American. Yeah, no, shut the fuck up. We don't care. Wow. We have verbal history, right? We have weird drawings. Cultures all over the world, before written language would leave drawings, right? Stories would align. Things are regional. And evolution is such a slow pace. If we don't see the creature as it's evolving, we don't understand point A to point B at first glance value. So, I believe cryptozoology spans over as long as humanity has existed. These creatures that we establish through these weird drawings and these stories from multiple cultures, I am wholeheartedly that as the individual who perpetuated the original sighting, it was very real to them, but I can also acknowledge fear in the moment, glance factor, brain to pen relation when it comes to drawing something you're thinking about. Ancient Celts didn't write down shit. Exactly. A majority of ancient civilization was verbal history. I believe that a lot of what's considered cryptozoology now is misinterpretations of the people of the past. Do I think what these people are seeing in the moments of fear, in the middle of the night, Appalachia, hearing weird sounds in the middle of the forest, could be interpreted in those moments as entities, and then as humans are, we fill in gaps. They could be created into things like the Jabberwock or the Jersey Devil or the Mothman, right? That's modern. But there's also multiple cultures seeing dragons, Loch Ness monsters, things like that we cannot define, but also have not spotted for so long since those original spottings. What we're looking for doesn't look like what they saw, right? I like Japanese cryptozoology theories that raccoons or whatever had giant sacks. Oh, Tanuki. Yokai is definitely a part of cryptozoology that has a spot in mythology, right? Like, that's the thing. A lot of myths and the arts that we associated based on glance factor and experience, we tied together as well. So I am convinced that those are all real fucking... The dragon connection is the most interesting one. Yeah, Celts, Asians, Africans, fucking Native Americans had ideas of dragons. Abrahamic religions had the Leviathan. The Greeks had the fucking sea serpents and the Hydra and shit. But there's also traveling maps and documentation saying that a lot of these cultures had no influence on each other for hundreds of years. Toho being a cryptozoology documentary is sending me, hell yeah! Gensokyo is outside the firmament. It's its own island. I heard the Loch Ness monster was really just a whale's boner. When I was in grade school, I used to think that, what was it? A dork? I used to be like so proud of being a dork. And I'd be like, oh yeah? Well, if I'm a dork, that means I'm a whale penis. And I have a massive schlong. And that's what I'd use to like gotcha moment people calling me a dork. And I'll be like, oh yeah? Well, that's a fat hog. You too? Oh my god, one brain cell, I swear to god. So cringe. Hey man, in the 90s, we were on the cutting edge of comedy, baby. Comedy. That's why Apu was funny for 20 years, is because of 90s kids. Okay, let's see. Government unethical experiments. Bloop. Bloop. Donald Trump has dementia. A bloop? But does that mean his soul is ready to dimensionally merge? Back to, what is it, C-135 to go live with Sonichu and Christian Jesus Chandler? Christina Jesus Chandler Sonichu? Women do have giant peepees on God. Huge. Absolutely huge. For real, that would derail most conversations. Yeah, you know what? I find either pretending to curse people or talking about genitalia really stop people from bullying me growing up. They're like, oh, she's a freak. Let's get away from her. Earth is hollow. The hollow earth. Hollow earth. So, we all know that our planet is rock, whatever. Lots of layers to be found. There's lots of stories of subterranean individuals or people from ancient cultures returning to tunnels because it's what feels right. I don't believe Trump has that, but I know Nixon had it big time. Well, they both behaved the same. You should check the parallels. I see no reason to think the Irish Celts were the first and only people to be given a writing system. No, I think runic systems count as writing systems. Hollow Earth and flat Earth. Earth is hollow and flat. How can it be hollow and flat? That doesn't make any sense. Donut Earth? Are you a donut earther? I don't think I've ever met a donut earther. Hollow Earth is my favorite theory. I don't know a lot about it. We all know the Earth is hollow. That's where Hyperborea is. I wonder what the Greeks think about that. All right. Let's see. A crypto-terrestrial hypothesis. A cross-section of planet Earth with the interior world of Atvatabar. Established in 1892, a science fiction novel. Oh, my music stopped. Let's see. How does Hollow Earth sit as it is now? Nicaea and the Problem of the Ages, a feminist utopian novel, brought it back into popularity. There was a massive gap between 1888 and the 1900s. That's not that huge. William Reed and the Phantom Poles started the idea of Hollow Earth, but without an interior shell or an inner sun. So the original established an inner sun. Is that the black hole sun? Hollow Earth is just reversed Gurren Lagann. Is it, is that where the people from, what's that one anime called? Made in Abyss are trying to make it to? Let's see. UFOs are coming from inside the Earth within the ocean. The Ring Nebula proves the existence of hollow worlds. Oh. Okay. Speculates the fate of Atlantis and the original flying saucers. So Hollow Earth is where the idea of aliens being underwater came from? Modern Hollow Earth theory is reduced to a giant cave network instead. Where lizard people come from or something. Oh. Their degenerate descendants, known as the Diro, are still there. The mole people are known as the Diro. The lost continents of the Hollow Earth. Stories that defend Hollow Earth. Alleged tunnel systems in South America and Central Asia. Hollow Earth's proponents have claimed a number of different locations that lead to the inside of the Earth. Montreal, Canada. I can visit Hollow Earth, you guys. Vlog idea? There's also variations such as Donut Earth and Concave Earth. Egyptian mathematician mapping the concave Earth model. But what does it mean? Where are we getting the idea that this is where Hyperborea is? Made in Abyss is the abyss is on a small island. Where would I look for that? There's also a hollow moon theory. The moon is wholly hollow and contains a substantial interior space. And then a list of the people who wrote about it. You learned it from Hollow Charlie Kirk Insta Reels. Oh, so there's no like actual established belief. Is this like a meme association? I'm gonna put it above. I'm not really convinced, though I am convinced about certain points of mole people, underground structures, connecting to points of interest for extraterrestrial beings? Do I believe what is established here in this article I'm reading about Hollow Earth as it is right now? It's kind of on the shitpost territory for me, especially that you guys are pulling an association to aliens that doesn't necessarily apply to what's written in this source material. Wouldn't Hollow Earth and Moon collapse onto itself if it didn't have a core? That's what I'm saying. Maybe that's where the donut comes from. The Earth what eats itself. I'm gonna drink my beer a little bit. Alien UFOs. I believe that there are unidentified flying objects of sources we do not know. Do I believe that everything that we see and identify as a UFO is from an intergalactic species? No, but I do believe they are out there and they exist. What is this song? It is from a reading playlist ambient background. Sweet Oceana Abyssal Enigma. Oh, never mind. That's not the name what it is. That's what the person was creating while they were listening to this. What is this called? There's no credit. This guy just makes ambient mixes with vibes. His name is Shadow and Echoes. Sometimes when I'm reading stuff, I like to play him in the background because it like adds atmosphere. So it's Shadows and Echoes is the name of the, like, he does ambient synth music. Time travelers. Okay. There's a few that make me go above psychosis slop, above schizo cusp, above the shitpost, above don't care, because I kind of do care. The Misadventures of Baron Trump is an old French novel with multiple volumes that is about a man named Don teaching a child named Baron Trump how to time travel from the 1800s. There are predictions from multiple people claiming to be oracles for hundreds and hundreds of years. There are a lot of things that correlate with the idea of eventually all humans become a singular hairless race, genderless, hairless, raceless creature a couple hundred years in the future, right? The Kane Infinity Kane or whatever, an immortal Kane type theory, right? A lot of them all come up with the result of that's what humans are going to look like in a couple thousand years, right? Whether we like it or not. Time traveling molecules are a real phenomena. Exactly. And they can be easily, you know, disproven too, which kind of adds the level of skepticism. And there's also this weird obsession the elites have with disclosure. Like it's actually required by the entity that they all praise. And this goes back to the whole Hollywood cabal theories, that they need to tell you about what's happening so they can do it and have it be justified in the eyes of the God that they serve. We've been told about and prepared for the idea of time travel for a long fucking time. So that kind of takes me above the shit post. It takes me above the don't care, because like it's hard not to care when it's drilled into your head for your whole fucking life. God likes exposition speeches. So true. Ball specifically does. Do I think the time travelers, if hypothetically, if they were real, because we have all this evidence of them influencing, to make me convinced that they are real, though. I don't know if I'm quite red-pilled yet on that. You know? I don't think I will enter that matrix. Just yet. But that could just also be the human ego being like, well, I've never met a time traveler. I didn't go back in time and fuck my mom. Time traveling is real, but time travelers aren't. Okay, like if you think about a molecular scale, or the theory of history as it is and reflecting upon it, you know what? Time travel, if you were to think about it differently than an individual being transported from one place to the other, that actually puts me up. Traveling through time is more than just a tangible movement of your whole body from one place to the other. We have the predictions of the oracles and the absorption of information of the past. Is that in and of itself not time travel? Unironically, scenarios should lead to wild variations in individual instead of homogenous, featureless people. That's so true. It's going to be more like All Tomorrows, if anything. I don't think we're going to become the glorpy schmorpies that they had in South Park. I think it's good. And if we do, it's going to take a lot of liberalism to get us there. CIA drug trafficking. Afghanistan opioids. A fucking crack distribution. Safe injection sites. Narcan is free. Placing homeless people to gentrify other neighborhoods and to clean up the streets. We're gonna put that in facts. We're gonna put this in facts. Facts. Hard facts, dude. CIA drug trafficking intervention. The DEA barely making a dent with the amount of information that is accessible. You can order literally enough fentanyl to kill a small country on WhatsApp, and they can't stop drug trafficking. It's because they don't want to. You know what happens when you synthesize opioids into fentanyl? You don't have to pay Muslim farmers anymore. Trook. You know what? Trook. We're cheers. One chug for the trook. First trook of the last 20 minutes. Fent is super cheap. It's synthesized by the allies of America. China and Israel and India synthesize fentanyl. And those are like some of the only countries that don't have tariffs on their drugs. On their pharmaceutical exports. How the government is unethical experiments are even a conspiracy theory. When we did that shit you're gonna do about it 30 years later. So true, so true. Hopped on that big Yahoo Fenty. Ah! When am I gonna get that Netanyahu wigger pig pineapple sphere Kool-Aid promethazine fentanyl drip right into my veins? Let's all get fun-faced. Hell yeah. We're here celebrating the opening of the manifestations that we can achieve. Thanks, 666 portal. Very cool. I'm manifesting me not getting killed by my friendly neighborhood Mossad agent watching my computer right now. Okay, what is this? Reptilians. Okay. Reptilians are cold. They have very little culture when it comes to what would we call that? Like, it's a very individualized species of creatures. If we were to think outside of reptilians as a race, reptiles have a lot of social constructs that a human, when they possess, they become pretty scary, right? So the people who are in control kind of align with the anthropomorphized attributes of your average lizard. But do I think they have control? Yes, because you need to have a certain level of detachment from humanity to make it anywhere, really. Your average person who gives a shit about humanity is never going to be a billionaire. Ever. They invested in that kind of production decades ago, and they would have got a majority of on the market today. China makes hella pharmaceutical precursors. Well, yeah, it's because the Chinese government finds the chemicals, they crack down, and then they have to be recognized, and then they find a replacement. Because, like, fentanyl existed for, like, decades, but it was dropped by the World Health Organization because of how hard it was to dose because of the potency of a singular ounce. It made it like near impossible to dose properly. So it's only used in very, very extreme cases in the medical field, and then just got dropped altogether when they started doing things like perks, Dilaudid, you know, that kind of stuff. And that's why mostly the Jews, they're not lizards, but they have full 100% coincidence that the humans, and it makes them sociopathic. That's what I think when we think of reptilian behaviors. I believe there are individuals who are more inclined to have the power, who have reptilian behaviors. Now we're in the place where alien Pentagon info, that's the only thing I really like believe is that if they have outside information and technologies, they would not keep it in a place advertising that's where they keep it. They would keep it somewhere specifically geared to make those technologies useful. Whereas the aliens themselves, I like the idea that they're giving us all the information. Do I full-heartedly believe it? No. Do I believe that the people who are capable of living the type of control over like non-governmental bodies and like information, yeah, people like Mark Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, like all those people who create empires off of not the humans but the datas the humans produce is so reptilian. Like if you were to anthropomorphize reptilian attributes, you know. Do I believe there's physically reptiles from space masquerading as humans to take control of everything? No, absolutely not. Do I believe there's reptilian ass people in charge of everything and gathering humans in a way that lacks humanity as we speak? Me even performing here on YouTube is an act of those reptilian-esque billionaires taking the humanity out of my ideas by putting me on your screen. You know? Yes, I believe that. That's 100% facts. MK Ultra. Absolutely. To be human is to want to control. To be humans is to want to understand the narrative, and in order to understand fully a narrative, you have to create it. MK Ultra is and real and is still active in different avenues of our life. I'm lizard adjacent. You're right. I'm a fucking kappa. I'm like a salamander turtle monkey or whatever. I wish they were from space. That would make my life easier. Exactly. And as much as I want to believe things like ancient alien intervention and cosmic battery, alien fucking source, I want to believe that so bad. And that's like when I hit my spiritual psychosis, I was 100% on board with all of this trust. And that's why I know the little tidbits that I do. Like I am by description of the DSM-5 right now mentally sound, but before I used to have like a laundry list of quote unquote mental illnesses, aka things that made me difficult to handle for normalcy in society and functionality in society. But do you know what cured my lapse in functionality and therefore my mental illness? I became a NEET. I completely unsubscribed to the status quo. And all I had to do was get so fucking drunk and so fucking sick that my organs almost shut down and it activated every genetic disease that was laying dormant in my body. And that's how you unlock the key to the true ascension of humanity and leave the matrix of this globo-homo capitalist society that wants to corral you into little pens and work you for your goy milk. I'm glad I'm becoming a NEET, cured your mental health. Okay, guys, how would you rate my mental health right now? 1 out of 10. 1 being, she's fucking insane. I can't believe she's still alive. Or 10 being, this is the most fucking mentally stable person and I trust them with my life. Where would I be on that scale? Really? -10? No! I'm not crazy. Good for you, brown girl. God is actively protecting you at this point. Do you think my ancestors are protecting me? Nah. The creator. Don't ask borderline insane NEETs a question like this. Ah! I'm not insane. If anything, I have clawed myself out of rock bottom so many times that I think that the rock bottom itself was a delusion based on what I thought was expected of me, on what I thought was the governing body to my existence, aka society and my family and the expectations I set for myself as a child. That's what made me crazy. Now all of that's gone. You're doing great. Ah! Veteran. I'm a veteran. Yeah, I'm a veteran mental ill. I'm veteran Menahira. You don't have to fix me because I've jerry-rigged the system and I don't need to be fixed anymore. I can just live my degenerate life without even impacting yours on your delicious, delicious tax dollars. Ah, I love the money. Love the money. So make sure you go to your job, PN, so I can eat your delicious tax dollars and put it in my lizard belly. Girl digging beyond rock bottom to find El Dorado. Road to El Dorado. Do you think El Dorado is in Hollow Earth? Dun dun dun. Epstein-Trump connection. Fuck, they're all connected. Anyone in power. Everyone who is anyone knows everyone and is related to the same, like, 13 bloodlines. I avoid taxation because libertarian and whatnot. I mean, there's this really interesting phenomenon is that the Amish faith was established in America, but they're considered sovereign citizens. The Amish don't pay taxes. They don't pay land taxes. The Amish are completely separate. They don't need passports. They don't need licenses, technically. They get them, but they don't need them. And that's mostly just so they can have access to things. But like the Amish, though it was an American sect of Catholicism, they're not seen as American citizens. They're considered separate. Which is weird. So they also, if you don't want to become a libertarian, consider becoming Amish. Not Catholicism, they're Protestants. Oh, yeah. Like the guy who invented the rapture theory, wasn't he a Protestant? I love the Amish. They're so cool. They're so based. Rumspringa sounds like the funnest fucking time. I wish I could be a white Amish boy just so I can experience Rumspringa. Amish are Americans. The government just gives them special treatment. No, that's what I'm saying. They're considered sovereigns. Sovereigns in a country that isn't an empire, which is interesting. because America doesn't really give that right to anybody else. Epstein's 4chan disinformation campaign. He raped Moot. Moot is a citizen and veteran of the Omegaverse under the elite. Let's drink 24% alcohol. I only have beers, but I'm 2 bottles of malt liquor and 2 beers in. Oh yeah, Moot bounced on it crazy style for sure. That's why we don't know what he's doing. He's comfortable living on some island in Argentina with all the Nazis and Peter Thiel. The dead internet theory. This is the theory that a majority of the internet is just bots or accounts engineered to give bot responses in order to forward things like advertising and stuff. I believe this wholeheartedly. Have you noticed that Google is 100% AI results now? I don't use Google anymore. I haven't used Google in a while. I use Yandex. I use DuckDuckGo. I use Bing. I do not use Google. So even our access to the biggest collection of resources humanity has ever had accessible to the everyman is now put through a filter decided by a corporation on what's worthwhile for you to see before you're ever even provided the sources of the information that they give you. This is 100% real. 15 years ago, Google stopped showing results beyond page 15. Exactly. With all the bot farms busted, there are definitely a shit ton of secret ones. Thanks, DARPA. Very cool. There's a reason why there's so many data centers being created, because they don't want to pay humans to leave bot posts anymore. Most of that wasn't automated. Most of them were just like the people who order call centers to clip farm their streams. Those same companies would have people leave reviews on Amazon or comment sections on influencers, like interactions on Instagram and shit. AI stands for actually Indian. That's what we're really getting at. That's the real sauce, boss. 100% truth nuke. That is real as shit. AI advancements, it's definitely growing. We're gonna cut the middleman out. We don't need those super tailored to the situation bot posts. Nobody's reading the comment section of your YouTube video. So why not have every comment be like, wow, very cool, 3 smiley faces. Nobody reads that shit. They might as well be the same thing. GMOs, genetically modified organisms? Oh. Genetically modified, I'm gonna say organisms. Yes, proven. Yes. We are getting less and less farmable land. Again, data centers. Most data centers are targeting places that are already experiencing severe drought. And the amount of water required to run a data center's cooling is huge. So the fact that they're putting it in places experiencing drought is crazy, because that's just going to accelerate it if they heat up all the water, right? Those farmlands have been dying actively for a couple of decades, and then they're just going to fucking straight up die. All over the world, they're building these. Hydroponic labs are a great replacement, as well as genetically created. We're no longer modifying genetics. We are synthesizing it. Meats, dairies, cocoa. They're doing oils as well. Farmland is being replaced with warehouses. So this genetic modifying is not just your groceries, cheaper strawberries, or bigger cucumbers, yummers, bigger cucumbers at your local Pick and Pay or whatever. This is so much more. We don't even need the genetic source to create what you will be made to consume. Are we there yet? No. Is it on grocery store shelves right now and considered a true fact we all have to live with? Not quite yet, but it's really close. It's really fucking close. You think Goy Slop was a joke? Israel is developing most of this technology to synthesize proteins. So your Goy Slop is about to level the fuck up. It's not gonna be just like McDonald's and weird burgers that the CEO refuses to swallow. Lab meat is there. No, lab meat isn't just on the list. It exists, and it's being approved by the FDA to be replacing ingredients in already established trusted brands. The conspiracy theory about GMOs is that they're modified to alter humans. Oh. Well, the impact of growth hormone has really fucked with humans. And there's also a lot of like dietary attributed causes to things like carcinogens in our food that cause cancer, or other hormonal aspects that effeminate men and ruin sperm counts and cause things like PCOS. So yeah, if we're thinking like conspiracy medical theories, this is also contributing to a lot of those. I'm going to put that up there as facts. It's hard to deny that a lot of the things encompassed in the GMO conspiracy theory are not actively affecting everybody. Pesticides have the same shit. Well, pesticides are considered genetically modifying because it's disrupting the system of animals' order of intervention to create, you know, the continuation of the flora and the fauna. Like, disrupting the natural order in itself is genetically modifying things. Population control, perhaps, but then why are the same people who are being pointed at for population control trying so hard to fix the birth rate? American ultra-processed foods are already making people fat and sterile. Obviously, they need to make it worse. We can't have the fat people breeding. We only want the skinny white ones breeding. They just admitted long-term consumption of fluoride causes cognitive ability decline. And that shit's in some states' water supply. It's like the asbestos shit. They put that shit in everything and they're like, oh yeah, cancer. Birth controls run off and straight pumping fluoride into the supply. It's because the women who take birth control are pissing. It's always comes back to the Foyd's fault. Remember when Plan B pills also contaminate the water or some shit and they can't filter it out? Most states fluoridate their water. A lot of provinces in Canada do as well. I get a swishing fluoride, but I don't want to swallow it. Well, you're not only swallowing it, you're washing your asshole with it. Imagine how your sensitive little booty glands are boofing the fluoride. In Europe, we don't put fluoride in water. We can tell. We've seen your teeth. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm getting drunk. I'm sorry. I might get mean. 25% of the population is on antidepressants or psychoactive medication. They piss that into the water supply. So true. So true. And that's why all these kids are on TikTok scrolling ad nauseum being like, oh, why don't we bring back the guillotines? Everything's so fucked up. We're literally living in Gilead. Like, no. You're just all fucking emotionally and mentally nerfed from all the shit people are pissing into your sewer system. Fix the birth rate, and they mean lower the birth rate in Europe and Asia with overpopulation myths since 2010 start flooding in immigrants since 2020 because the birth rates are plummeting. And now they're afraid. Now they're afraid of the replacement as if they didn't set themselves up. They're like, oh, this infinite growth, and like imagine how much more efficient having grown people from India brought into here, and how much more efficient our people will come and all that. No, they just work and they take all the jobs and they rape your women, and then that's it. You don't get what you wanted. You get larger profits at the risk of shittier service. You know? You get grocery stores with names you can't pronounce. You get people with different religious beliefs influencing the government that never had the influence of those religious beliefs before. I don't care about the GDP. Well, not my pony, not my rodeo. You're getting people shitting in the parking lots. Literally, I think I told this before, but I'm going to say it again. I went on a road trip not too long ago, and there was a bathroom in Duluth or something. And there was a sign that was in Farsi only. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I Google translated it with my phone while I was in the shitter. And in Farsi only, it said, do not spread excrement anywhere outside of the toilet, not on walls, floors, or on the seat. Why was that message only in Farsi? Think about it. Talpas. Okay. So, talpas are schizo slop, but I don't believe that they aren't real to the people who create them. Talpas are the result of so many things. Loneliness, association of identity to media. It's like this, it's in the same wheelhouse as people who have alters and fictives of characters that were created outside of their own mind. Do I personally think I will sit here and believe that talpas are real entities pulled in to reality? No. Do I believe that the people who have talpas create them as a means of surviving their mental turmoil? Yes. I believe talpas are very real to the people who make them, even if they are based on fictional characters. You know? It's like summoning, like the great summoning of some sort of protective entity. So like the people asking for the favor of demons, were those talpas? Or were they summoning an entity to further favor their journey as a human? Slender wife is real to me. So if I can put my dick in it, it's real. Talpas are completely real to the people who create them. That's exactly what I'm saying. They are not mere imagination. Exactly. Just like the identities created by dissociative identity disorder. Those are very real protection mechanisms to the minds that create them. I think talpas is the result of people trying to legitimize the idea of imaginary friends and bring them from like a child novelty to an adult coping mechanism. So yes, essentially yes, an imaginary friend is a talpa, but in the eyes of somebody going through a psychiatric event as an adult, I don't think it's just a mere imaginary friend. I think it is a coping mechanism. They already established the NWO as the UN, WEF, Israel, and NATO, etc. What's happening now in projects like Calgary Plan? Oh, are you guys having tangents? I'm sorry, I'm not paying that much attention. I'm still trying to get through this tier list. I might have picked one that was too big. Is this boring? Oh, here's a fun one. Feel free to participate. Holocaust denialism. Now. Holocaust denial. How do I... Okay. People have had issues with the influence of the Jewish people for a long time. Fucking people in China people all over Europe. There's so many things. There's like, anti-Semitism is so engraved in the minds of history. It goes so far beyond just Hitler and World War II. How do I say this? This final solution, ideally, was like deportation, right? Ideally, that's what it would have been. The belief of like gas chambers and shit like that and testing facilities is honestly perpetuated as a hoax to a lot of people. And I know there is a lot of scientific results for the experiments done by Nazi scientists. But those weren't all exclusively Jews. They were just seen as people who were less beneficial to surface society. I think that there are people who died in the Holocaust. Do I personally agree with denialism entirely? No. I think there were times where people were put into camps. I believe that there were extermination things going on. Do I believe it was 6 million people based on statistically how many people who were identified openly as Jewish in the countries that were targeted for said camps? That does not align with the number we perpetuate to add weight to the scenario, because there were way larger like genocidal events with way more inhumane acts that go way beyond the Jews and Germany. Canada was a major influence on Hitler because he was so fascinated on the not necessarily cleansing, because Canada didn't murder Native people. They assimilated them. And that's what really inspired Hitler the most, was the idea that these people can be shaken from their belief system. The belief system can be lost and taken away and have those people assimilate. In the future, no, that didn't work exactly how they wanted it to, but whatever, it never does. But based on his inspiration he has taken from the Canadian occupation of the UK and the Catholics coming in here, doesn't align with what people claim they actively did. Especially in the case that they used a lot of these captives to make medical advances and technological advances, and to further understand things like nervous systems and cognition. I hate to be that guy. Racial science and evolution was also revolutionized by these people. Do I believe there was a mass event where millions of them were killed in very specific and very heinous ways? No. I believe it was several different pathways that led to death, and that there was not that level of people all dying at once. But a lot of the people medically testing, yes, in any scenario, medically testing, there is casualty. There has been areas where they pushed back so hard that was the solution to keep them from continuing their mission, right? The whole Aryan babies or whatever, I believe that wholeheartedly. They wanted to repopulate once they removed the people. Do I believe that within that short period of time, they were able to kill 6 million people? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Okay. So, I think I care about denialism. I think it's on to something. But I'm not going to say no Jews died in the Holocaust, because they did. So did the gays, so did the trans, so did the blacks, so did the Polish, so did many, many Russian people. Why do we only care about the Jews? 271,000. Historically, the deaths in the war could have been wildly inaccurate and mostly an estimate, just saying. That's what I'm saying too, because it's like COVID. People died of infections. People died of pneumonia. People died activating dormant genetic issues. People died because they just were dehydrated because they were so fucking sick they couldn't give themselves the essential things. All of those causes of death were blanket termed as deaths by COVID. So all of those deaths that happened in those regions, even during that period of time, even if that was all considered death by Holocaust, it still would not equal 6 million. And I will die on that hill. Project Bluebeam. Okay, I'm not 100% on this. I remember this slightly from the 90s. Oh, this is a Canadian conspiracy theory. I remember this being talked about in the 90s, though. What happened to the German people after the war ended was infinitely worse than the Shoah. I remember that happening. Yeah, they started applying it very broadly. I don't know what this one is. Apparently it's Canadian. I've vaguely heard about it. Project Bluebeam is a conspiracy theory developed by Canadian journalist Serge Monast. It alleges that NASA and the United Nations are collaborating a secret 4-step technological operation to establish totalitarian New World Order through the technologically simulated Second Coming and the mass psychological manipulation. Okay, so I have a theory that the data collection happening right now through social media is equivalent to that of the Leviathan and equivalent to the false prophet that a lot of Zionists are waiting for. And I know this is really schizo shit. The word Nasha is often attributed to deceiver in the Hebrew language. Nasha is often associated to NASA because of the symbolism used by that. Attributed, whatever, I'm drunk. So, there's a lot of people who believe that NASA is helping push forward a synthesized version of the end times and the second coming of Christ. So this is Project Bluebeam, which was, I do kind of remember this being like a huge thing. There was a boom of people who believed wholeheartedly that Christianity could only be advanced with technology. Elon Musk's grandfather was one of those people, and he was very, very well known for having huge crash outs over this and trying to start a cult in Canada. And then he defected to Africa, and then he made it big during apartheid and made a shit ton of money in emerald mines, yada, yada, yada. But this Project Bluebeam idea kind of comes from this whole Canadian technocracy obsession that they had in the 80s. And how that the end times can be synthesized by the people who hold the technological power to subdue and take over the role of the second coming of Christ. So that's Project Bluebeam. It is said to be, and this kind of aligns with the Disclosure Day shit that's happening coming up too, that they believe, they being the people online who are very loud about their conspiracy theories. those people believe that the world elites and technological leaders are trying to synthesize an alien invasion to mirror the second coming of Christ, and to place one of those elites in the Antichrist seat to battle it, and then to give all of humanity's ownership over to AI. And then that's what's going to create shit like the singularity and universal basic income and these protected Gattaca-like societies where we all have a home. We live in this techno utopia. We're all medically taken care of, but we're also killing the retard babies. And we don't want to have dark-skinned babies, like eugenesis on a biological in utero level, right? So this all leads up to this huge plan that's, according to these people who believed in Project Bluebeam, think is going to happen by 2030. So this is like coming up pretty soon. That's them, right? That's what they think. Do I think it's psychosis slop? No. Because the amount of people who are so adamant on placing technological controls in hands that aren't really trustworthy is there. I can believe that. Do I believe there has been a certain body for decades planning this? Yes, there's been worse things being planned, so I do kind of care. Do I think people think aliens are the Antichrist? Recently, there has been in Washington an exorcist who started claiming that aliens were demons, and then he got expunged from his practice. Like, he's no longer allowed to be a priest anymore in the Catholic faith. Like, this just happened. I don't know much about it, but the belief that aliens are demonic is out there, which lays the framework for this to be a believable plan. Do I think it's a factual thing that affects us all every day? No. Do I believe it's a truth nuke that will decide the future of humanity as we know it? No. Yes. Okay. Fluoride dangers. We were talking about this a little bit too. The chemicals in the water that make the frogs gay. One of those people, I don't believe in anything the government says about UFOs. But what else is out there about UFOs, right? And the information, the bottleneck of information gets tighter and tighter. Soon, the information we are even allowed to seek will be droplets provided to us by a higher power of control, you know? Schizo journals from people that believe they've met aliens. Those are always so fun. Fluorides, dangers. So there's about, like 2 decades, right? Since fluoride started to be tossed around. But the idea of fluoride and fluoridation is kind of like from Cold War era? Maybe even sooner. Maybe World War I. It was like a communist thing that they pushed, or something like that. I remember it being like a commie thing in the early days. Anyway, before it was like this thing that people encouraged, and that was good for your health, and it strengthened your teeth, right? There was a lot of skepticism over fluoridation of anything, and it was always likened to the commies, right? So the real shift was when fluoride, this is what I think anyway, I don't know the real timeline on this, but the real shift was when fluoride would be released into the ocean to help break down stuff like industrial waste and oil spills and things like that. And in order to cover up the damages done by big oil, which has a lot of power when it comes to climate change, denialism and stuff. Big oil is always in the center of that, or the whole saving the oceans or the world's heat temperature rising, all of that all comes down to big oil picking and choosing what information actually gets out there. Fluoride was used to break apart a lot of the byproduct of a lot of the chemicals. It's not even just oil, pharmaceutical chemicals too, in our water system, but it wasn't enough. So there's this claim, I don't know how big this theory is. There was a claim that in order for it to be effective on a scale to keep it from getting into the human body, we needed to put it in the water system post-filtration. So they made it about teeth. They made it about bone health. They made it about everything but trying to cover up the damage done by the bodies that, you know, put the money where it needs to go. There's a lot of theories about autism and other mental eccentricities, neurodivergence, being directly caused by this fluoride cleanup shit that started happening in the 80s. Because up until like fucking 1993, we were calling it Asperger's, which is the Nazi scientist indication of these people, right? Autism wasn't really a thing. But the change of the DSM and the cleanup of the water supply kind of aligned. And I think that's what caused the association to, Asperger's. The association to autism. And other things. Look up copepods. Yes, they're called like that in our water. What is that? Copepods in the water. Crustacean in saltwater habitats. Harmless scavengers to consume the cows of the sea. Oh. So it seems as though nature has created alternatives that honestly could have been a better way to go about cleaning the water supply. But the thing about the big choices that we let big corporations make on all of our behalfs is that they usually don't typically wait until the 10-year after effects, right? They'll just do it because it sounds like a good idea right then and there. How does Asperger's taste? Let me bend over, I'll show you. And I think the association is circumstantial. I don't think fluoride in the water is good, but I'd rather drink fluoride than a gas leak. I'd rather drink fluoride than the byproduct of a fucking oil tanker shipping my Temu order. Well, you know what I'm saying? So like, it's not like I don't care, but it's like, do I think it's not real? No. Do I think it's the cause of all these mental issues and medical issues, specifically only that? No. Just so everyone has something to watch later. Don't advertise other people's YouTube videos on my channel. What are you doing? Do that in the Discord. Fuck. I put fluoride in facts. All right. I see you. The Antarctic Pyramid. So I think this ties into the Hollow Earth, Antarctica being an entry point. And what a lot of people think of the ice wall as Antarctica, there's also a lot of really weird airspace protections over Antarctica. A lot of people think there's a military base. There's a lot of really distinct and geometrically anomaly-like structures in the images that we are allowed to see of Antarctica. Are we allowed to go there and confirm that? No. But from above, a perfect X is formed in the snow, which people have implied is a pyramid. Funny that I don't slur. Oh, I slur. Don't get me wrong, I slur. Just not the drunk kind of slur. There are peaks throughout Antarctica with a placement that makes people believe that they have the same spiritual reasons why Egypt put their pyramids where there were, or the pyramids in like South America had spiritual reasons behind their placement. That also kind of aligns to where these quote unquote aerial views of pyramids are in Antarctica, which kind of adds to that conspiratorial mindset of why they want to keep us the fuck out of there. And then it ties in all of the fucking ancient civilization, alien interventions. Humans didn't build the pyramids. They have residue of gold caps and quartz crystals and things like that, right? So, do I think they're psychoslop? No. Do I think, looking at those aerial pictures, am I convinced that is an oddly, like, geometrically perfect structure for a fucking isolated, formed mountain in the middle of inhabited island that we're not allowed to go to is strange? I do think that's strange. I do kind of care. I do think that it's strange that a shape like that would exist there without human intervention. There's a whole ecosystem there that we aren't even allowed to know about. Scientists aren't allowed up there. There's rumors of military bases. There's rumors of the polarity being so intense that it's like essentially a Bermuda Triangle and it'll crash any plane. There's all sorts of shit. Imagine living in a modern Egypt. A foreigner only gives a shit about the pyramids, mummies, and ancient history. I'd be so depressed that nobody cares about my modern achievements. Is that why Tut's so sad all the time? The bloop. What the fuck is the bloop? Okay, wait. This one I have no idea. The fuck is the bloop? Okay. The bloop. Does anybody here? Wait, I want to know right now. Who here knows what the bloop is? The bloop is a fun one? Ain't no way. Wait, what's the bloop? Oh my god, I don't know the bloop? You guys don't know the bloop. You're just trying to make me feel like I'm not in the club. Wait. I don't believe that you guys knew about the bloop. What the fuck is the bloop? He is real? Sea monster? The Leviathan. Everything's connected. Let's see. What does Egypt do now? The only thing about them is manufacturing Levi jeans. The bloop is a phenomenon heard through the entire seas? Huh. The bloop is a low-frequency sound recorded in the Pacific Ocean in 1997. Speculated it originated from a massive undiscovered monster or Lovecraftian entity. It is the Leviathan! Wait, it got associated to a biblical dragon. Guys, we're circling back to a different one. We're circling back to a previous one. Okay. The first recordings marine biologist ever noted that the bloop's sound profile closely resembled an animal's call, but one that would require a creature vastly larger than any whale. It sparked the widespread internet lore that the deep ocean harbored colossal undiscovered megafauna, like the megalodon or Cthulhu. Huh. It's believed to originate from Antarctica. You see, there's people who believe that Antarctica is Agartha as well, which is an alien society. So an alien society bringing out signals. Woo! They're trying to... Maybe the Antarctica is outside the firmament and that's why we're not allowed to go there, because there's no oxygen. Skeptics and conspiracy theories suggest that the sound is generated by a high-frequency military submarine under the water for nuclear detonations and seismic weapon manipulation. So this also ties into the theory that modern earthquakes are man-made. This is another one that I've heard about. Agartha is a good fit. 100% confirmed as well, the recordings of the bloop. It's the source that's the mystery, and I think that's why people are filling in the gaps. Bye! The mermaid theory. There's a mermaid theory. Ongoing theories that merfolk and aquatic creatures have civilizations beneath the water in the Pacific. Alright. It seems as though it's a sound distortion possibly caused by icebergs breaking as a result of global warming. That's what they want you to think! Okay, wait. The bloop. It's real. There's evidence. The location is sus. The way it is scientifically noted that if it was made by a creature, it's massive, is crazy. But then again, there's also humans misinterpreting like the yowls of a mountain lion to a screaming person in the forest, right? Even though it sounds like an animal, is it always an animal? A terrific Lovecraftian phenomena. It is nice. Cute little mermaid anime about playing piano. Oh, that's so cute. Or like that Lou, that little mermaid creature that loves music, so she came out of the ocean. She would bloop. She'd totally bloop. It's Cthulhu rolling over in his sleep. Ah, big boy. It's warm, okay? It's real. It doesn't convince me. It doesn't really impact our day-to-day life, and it's not going to change the future. Should I, like, look at how much there is. Should I keep going? Is this fun for you? There's some good ones in there. Here, I'll do a slow scroll. If anything pops out to you, I will click it. I will do that one, okay? It is a lot, yes. Do it until half of it? I mean, yeah, if you guys want a part 2, I'll do a part 2. That is a lot. What can I say? There's a lot that I don't know, and I wanted to learn today. I didn't want to just yap. Pizzagate? Okay. Where's Pizzagate? Pizzagate and QAnon are kind of hand in hand, right? It's the same boards they were invented on. So Pizzagate comes from a lot of symbolism that people associate with pedophilic cultures in online communities, in message boards for a long time, in the 90s, and MIRCs, and just surface websites that would feed you shit that you had no business seeing as a kid. There was a lot of symbolism with swirls, triangles, and food associations to certain activities, right? Code words. Pretty much. The internet is very fond of code words. It's very fond of slangs. So in the 90s, we have established CP, even before Pizzagate, as child porn. Like, this goes way the fuck back. This is old internet culture. The triangle, the pink triangle from like the swirling in, the blue triangle, pink and blue association, certain emojis were co-opted. There was a lot of symbolism that the internet, and as we know, 4chan is the figurehead of the internet for some fucking reason. Try not to say it all, you're on YouTube. Just don't report me. That's all. Snitches get stitches. I only go down if someone reports me. Just be cool, okay? Anyway, these symbols existed for a long time. Now, celebrities also had this weird culture that people on the internet started to pick up on when it came to how they would relax, right? They would have pizza parties. They would have Michelle Lamy come organize their party. She is a ritual-styled artist who does a lot of like tongue-in-cheek and graphically disturbing artworks. She was the person who organized a lot of these parties and ad campaigns for companies like Balenciaga and Chanel and stuff like that. She, as a creative director, implemented a lot of symbolism that these internet people associated with people who would upload really fucked up stuff about kids. So they started making those associations. Now, Comet Ping Pong. There were rumors about him having a basement where he would hide videotapes, and it was a protected storehouse for like elites, right? The basement existed. Yeah, I'll get there. The basement is in, what's the word? Like architectural blueprints and stuff for the business itself, the building itself. It was not accessible. Somebody went crazy thinking about this Comet Ping Pong Pizzagate shit, went there and tried to hold them all hostage and be like, show me the basement type shit. This guy, there was no basement when he went there. And there's this whole thing about there's interconnecting businesses specifically through a tunnel system in, I think it was Washington or something. Where was Comet Ping Pong? They all interconnected, and there was this like, they were moving child abuse material from place to place, and they felt like they were being protected. Comet Ping Pong appeared as the person who provided pizzas for a Hillary Clinton gathering of some kind. I swear it was near DC. Yeah, I think it was in DC. And yeah, there's the tunnels theory again. So all of that kind of coupled together, and it was in peak QAnon. These emails leaked of her planning a pizza engagement using ping pong. And then at that time, we have so many instances of people making compilations of celebrities mentioning pizza parties and shit like that, and then tying it to all of these 90s to early 2000s pedo rings, right? And then that led to a whole sorts of shit, and then the eventual closure of this pizza place, right? That guy out of work actor was, first of all, he didn't take anyone hostage. One bullet was fired in the door and somehow destroyed the servers that were in the pizza restaurant for some reason. Really? That's interesting. Automod is unpredictable. Yeah, I don't know how to set it up. I don't know how to unfilter it, but you know, the literal tunnel networks in some cities, it sounds like a good idea. So does the drug cartels. Like a majority of meth labs have underground tunneling systems, or specifically by compounds that were involved in slave trade and like the underground railroad bullshit, just so they can have access to the tunnel system so they can traffic drugs. Pizzagate is not connected to QAnon, by the way. I just said it was around the same time. Almost 3 years before QAnon. Was it? I swear it was from the same board though, on 8chan. Pizzagate is connected to Epstein too. I forgot how. Well, Epstein has several emails ordering pizza or likening his quote-unquote product to the tenderness of shrimp, you know? It was way earlier than QAnon. But it was still an 8chan thing, wasn't it? I could have sworn it was an 8chan perpetuation. 2015? But around the same era. I swear they were started on the same board. Gates was 2017, QAnon was like 2 years. It's not just that, there's a deeper connection about the company. Oh, I'd like to look into that. Because like, who knows the origin of this person? It's like, there's so many weird professionals that end up eventually getting caught for heinous shit, and then you look back and their parents were involved in like, I don't know, an orphanage being investigated or something. I'm looking at you, Erica Kirk. Anyway, QAnon was 8. Pizza stuff was from Pole? Ah, shit, man. What can I say? I did a lot of drugs back then. They have to play both sides even though they're playing sloppy with it. You don't know it's sloppy if it's in motion, right? Okay. What do I think about Pizzagate? I can't even find it in here. It's not even like... Where is it? Do you see it? Tell me where it is. Slavery wasn't that bad. Okay, anyway. Epstein is alive. Palm Beach Pete? Where is it? Am I blind? I'm fucking blind. Pizza, pizza, pizza. I figured it would be a picture of a pizza. Am I retarded? What's a quote? John Teeter is a wild one. I should just do it in order because I can't see it. Depends on who the master is and who's the slave. Palm Beach Pete is the same teeth as Epstein in photos. Epstein has also mentioned having a twin brother named Peter in interviews. Epstein also lived in the same neighborhood as Palm Beach Pete is. Epstein also owned the same Rolls Royce he does, just a different license plate. Don't even get me started. Okay, I don't know where Pizzagate is in this. Let's see. Terry Davis, MK Ultra. I believe that his schizophrenia is the result because he did work for the government. He did work for major cybersecurity until something happened to make him not want to trust them. And I think what he was worried about is what's actually happening today, because the movement of data was what the internet was made for. But the collection and storing and associating to the individual of data is what Terry Davis warned us about. Terry Davis was considered a genius even during his quote-unquote schizophrenic episodes. He would create entire platforms, games, web browsers, operating systems using a language he created himself that he believed was the language of God guiding him. To protect the world from our data and information being used against us. So not only is he facts, and not only did MK Ultra put a stick in that and like humiliate him thoroughly to the point where people did not take his warning seriously, they successfully killed him. He created his own kernel for an operating system, yes. Apparently during a schizophrenic episode, which takes us back to pharmaceuticals suppressing the true powers of what we as normies call mental illness. Terry Davis not only was a genius, he was working towards something to separate us from the bodies who threatened us. The glowies, the watchers, the N's with the hard R's. But like, that takes you beyond facts because we're living it. We're living that data collection. We are losing expanses of life-sustaining farmland, experiencing droughts for the sake of data storing. Not just collection, not just analyzing for the use of sharing Amazon links you might find interesting or videos you might interact with, but as a commodity, as a tracking device, and as a mean for surveillance. Congratulations, Terry Davis. We know you are a truth nuke. You should look up the rock, paper, scissors, normies, schizos, and psychopaths. I follow a guy called Hidden America who pretty much makes videos on the normies, schizos, and sociopaths theories. You know? and how he says that the schizophrenics are just sociopaths who haven't given up on their powers yet and their potential for influence. And I believe, in the eyes of the theories that Hidden America is putting out into the world right now on YouTube, that Terry Davis was using the best of his schizophrenia powers before he became a sociopath. He did not let them make him into a sociopath. He cared so much about people. He did what he did. He made his message. He left the planet so it could not be corrupted. And now we live as the result of the things he feared. Truth nuke! The music is fitting. Yeah, it's a paid actor. Just kidding. I barely can afford to feed myself, let alone pay for music. Copyright free. I think that he was so intelligent that he saw through his own mental illness that was holding him back. And I know that potential is in a lot of people, as long as they let go of the fact that keeps them from discerning that normalcy is not necessarily the end goal of impact on humanity. The only difference between schizos and sociopaths is they're not evil. I think schizos are the id and sociopaths are the ego. That's what I think. Phantom time. Phantom time. I don't know what that is. Phantom time. Is that like the time cube? Let's see. The phantom time. Nearly 200 years of medieval history are supposedly made up. So, in textbooks, the medieval era was very short. All we really talk about for achievements in the medieval era is art, philosophy, music, and empires. The inventors that we learned about from the medieval period didn't even get to create like half of what they had written down for ideas for inventions. Something happened during this, like technically the medieval period was like hundreds of years. Why do we only have the creations of people in a small portion of that? Like anyone we remember from the medieval period happened within the same 100-year gap. Inventors focus more on being scribes than creators? Maybe. The monks. Only the rich survived medieval times. Very true. I also agree with that theory. And a lot of the people from these like powerful families were just starting to get power during these medieval times. Bullshit existed and vanished along with the blueprints. Yeah, see, that's what I thought too, back when I was younger, is that all of the things that are blueprinted by people like Da Vinci or whatever were actually created hundreds of years before we had an airplane or like small floating vessels for individuals and like fucking light provided without fire. Like all this shit took hundreds of years to recreate, but we have the drafts so detailed, what we need to build them like listed, all of that shit's still available to us, but nobody's recreated any of it. It just sits in a museum to be gawked at by retards. The flying machines, the proto-zeppelins and shit. There's so many medieval paintings of different flying machines that weren't even associated to Da Vinci, weren't as sustainable for flight, more so gliding in the tech of the time. Even then, if that was considered a accessible thing or like a produced accessible thing for people, even the rich, to get a hold of, our advancements in stuff like flying would have accelerated so much quicker. But for some reason, those chapters are missing, those tests are missing, those evidence of things ever being built are missing. And I am inclined to believe that maybe hundreds of years are missing. Thousands of contributions, the names of millions of people come and gone because they've succumbed to serfdom or whatever. Or they were just poor, or the shit that they created was destroyed in the many altercations that happened outside of the major metropolises of the Renaissance, the medieval period, you know? There's like, even like the timelining of like ruins goes way further back than what we have established history. And then people are trying to tell you those are Celtic castles from the same era. Those clearly were like broken down for like hundreds of years before you're claiming it. Let's see, Berserk says its fairy tales became real, and that's why. It was from a video game, but in Drowned God, we saw prototypes for prosthetic arms and legs. Unless it was half-finished sex doll, that would have been really cool. Yeah, they had in the Drowned God game we were playing the other day, they had some of those machines built, and they were like robots and shit. Gee, I wonder if Africans had anything from like 2,000 years ago. Well, if you're going to believe in the legacy of Yakub, they had crazy technologies provided to them from our intergalactic overlords. So Phantom Time, something that the idea of something that happened but is forgotten by those who wrote the history books and brought forward the relics. I do believe that. That time has existed, but it's not acknowledged. So it's beyond I don't care. Do I think anything during that time would have greatly changed society as we know it? I mean, yeah. Yeah, if we were taking a lot of the inventions and shit and the ideas there as a launching point instead of having to revisit them years later and then apply them to something, then yeah, I could see how that if we were just given that 300-ish years of time, I'm sure we could have used that as a launching pad. Yes, thank you, based Yakub. No more based God, only based Yakub. I will put that in red pilled. I'm convinced that if we knew more about the timelines we did not write down in history books, we might be different right now. Tesla was an alien. I believe he was so advanced in his ideas and technology and his hope for free energy that he was a problem. He was a fucking problem. He caused a problem for a lot of people. I am in the school of thought that Tesla was definitely too big for his boots, and somebody didn't like that. The mysterious circumstances and all of his missing research really makes me think that he was killed intentionally. Do I believe Tesla himself is an alien? He has human parents. He was a nut job. He was a nut job, actually. Most of the geniuses are just fucking absolutely batshit crazy. There's evidence of vast world histories were destroyed. Yeah, like the library of like Alexandria and shit. That wasn't the first time we've as a humanity destroyed hundreds of years of history. Like, I don't find it hard to believe that one god king with delusions of grandeur was like, you know what? Genocide isn't enough. I'm gonna destroy every record of your existence. Tesla is one of the reasons why I know to be super careful when releasing my work. Exactly, because once you know so much, the people who are suppressing that knowledge will find you. Tesla's not the only one. I do believe he was killed with the intention of suppressing the information that he was seen to have that was otherworldly, because it did not align with the powers that be who wanted to benefit from things. In his era, electricity was slow. Lamps were luxury. Most shit ran off of coal. If Tesla at that time released the information that he and we claim that he had at that time, because like we only know what they didn't destroy at this point, and even that is a lot. And the advancements of if that took off and got patented and mass produced, we would be like in flying cars and shit by now. Not really. He died in poverty. He was heavily discredited by the establishments who ensure that the people who invented the prior technology got paid and distributed. He would have disrupted an entire supply chain of what they thought was the cutting edge of fuel and power. Millions and millions of dollars would have just went down the drain if they let Tesla's information go out. He was insane, but his credit was basically forced in trial and error until it worked. That's how shit should be. I know AI is cool and all with information folding, but like it kind of takes away some of the joys of curing diseases for yourself. I don't think Tesla was an alien, but I do think he was an entity that people did not want to stay on Earth. Alien in the way that he was not understood by the already established people in control. Trial and error is how shit should be invented. Pre-human civilizations. Pre-human civilizations. So like Cro-Magnon and shit. Troglodytes. Pre-human civilization theory. The Silurian hypothesis. Advanced industrialized civilizations could have only flourished on Earth millions of years ago, long before humans. Because humans have only been industrialized for about 300 years, researchers study whether our geological footprint, aka plastics or nuclear waste, would be detectable to future observers, implying that we might be a recurring and not the first civilization, since we have found materials. So wait, as observers of like paleontology, like what do they mean by that? So when like paleontologists found byproducts of a civilization, is that what that means? YouTube AI is really dumb and deletes half the comments you make. It sucks. Does it actually? I'm so sorry. This isn't going very well. One of the most imaginative certain gets past the filter. If anything, he shows that he's trying and failing. He should do things to beat the talent. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. Yeah, as long as you keep moving. Okay. Carbon and oxygen isotope spikes, similar to massive temperature variations and greenhouse spikes found beneath the Earth. Oh. So there are carbon spikes in the sediment of the Earth where they're finding dinosaurs that replicate the carbon spikes we have as a modern society. That's interesting. Traces of metals and sediment anomalies, widespread pollution signatures, such as anomalous rock concentrations of copper and rare earth metals displaced. So, there's also evidence of metals that shouldn't exist in environments placed in the same areas where these carbon emissions are detected in the sediment. Radioactive elements traces long-lived nuclear waste that would have taken millions of years to decay are still present today. Oh. To me, in the BC era, there were many different kinds of humans. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like Cro-Magnon type shit. You know, Neanderthal and all that. But were they capable of carbon emission? and nuclear residue? That's where it gets a little iffy. Like, why would it be that deep and alongside the dinosaurs? Cro-Magnum dong, Cro-Magnum condom. Okay. Astrophysicist Adam Frank and climate scientist Gavin Schmidt's theory takes the same. Okay, this is where it gets a little bit hoo-ha. Takes its name from the sapient reptilian species from the Doctor Who. Okay, so Silurian hypothesis is actually taken from a Doctor Who episode. And that's how this phenomena got credited to alien reptilians, is because the actual theory is named after Doctor Who aliens. Okay. Some studies of Neanderthal skulls suggest that they are higher cranial capacity than us and could have been smarter in certain areas. Some people don't have an inner monologue, and that's scary. We were talking about the NPC and the what was it called? The eternal soul or whatever. The eternal quantum soul. They had worse social skills. Ugh. And then they bash you on the skull. Man, incels would be happier if we were still fucking cavemen, because, you know, just the old smash and drag. Okay. So, pre-humanized civilization. Carbon emissions can be created by all sorts of things because, you know, carbon's everywhere and it transforms all the time. Like, it's so vague to just say carbon emissions, like, and then, like, it's natural for a modern human to be like, oh, like fossil fuels or like crude oils and shit, like coal. No, I don't think that's what it is. It could just be like fire pits and stuff, or a pit where they threw corpses in to keep them from contaminating the food that they kept in their cave or whatever. Like, humans were intelligent to the point where they knew how to survive and like sustain their diets and all of that, but were they inventing like smokestack factories that are now buried with the dinosaurs? I don't think so. Did they leave traces of a existence that could qualify as a civilization because they had enough foresight to separate where they shit from where they eat to where they keep their corpses? Yes. That would leave those emissions. The nuclear shit, that could have even been a fucking asteroid that could have done that. The Flintstones lied. I'm sorry, they did not have cars in the Neanderthal era. Sorry to break it to you. The flood wasn't enough of a disaster patch fix. They had to send some nuclear asteroids to kill them out. I know this nice Jewish man who owns a vintage smokestack. It's legally protected from the green initiatives. Oh, he got it marked as a historical landmark? That's pretty funny. The serpent seed. The doctrine of the serpent seed. The two-seed line doctrine, a belief in fringe Christian or Abrahamic religious movements that interprets the Bible account of the fall of man as that the serpent mated with Eve in the Garden of Eden and gave the offspring of Cain. That's new to me! That's new to me! Because cave women like to get their hair pulled. So OnlyFans girls are cave women? Is that what you're saying? They have not developed beyond that? Famous public spokesperson Joshua Tomar. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, the guy with the Green Initiative smokestack. Yeah, that's funny shit. Why we don't trust the Good Guy Foundation. I've heard this one. I have no idea what this is, but this is funny. She fucked a snake, just like my anime porn flash games. Wow. Okay. Adherents believe that this event resulted in the creation of two individual races of people, the descendant of serpents who is destined for damnation, and the righteous descendants of Adam who were destined for eternal life. Ooh, we got a little bit of segregation. Some snake-based Zionism. All comes back to the anime. Can we not go down the snake penis rabbit hole? Wait, what do you mean snake penis? We're going down this now. I wasn't interested before, but now I'm in. I'm in. Great stream. Everybody give Nono money. You don't have to give me money. But thank you for the $5. I'm actually having a lot of fun. I was really nervous, but I really appreciate you pushing me forward to talking about something like this. The origins of the reptilian bloodlines. You think? The sons of Cain are the reptilians? Wait, that aligns with the whole Baal worship shit too. And God and Sophia being two separate influence entities. Wait. Okay, wait. Drink your water. My fire water. That's all I have. Let's see. Most people discounted and condemned the notion of a possessed seed against heresies as Gnostic heresy. So this is considered a Gnostic heresy to the people of the church, but has been embraced by American religious leaders who use Christianity to support and promote white supremacy. It was brought onto the teachings of British Israelism. It is Zionism. Let's go. Okay. Teachers of the Christian identity theology that branched off from British Israelism preached that the doctrine during the early 20th century and promoted it within the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nations, as well as the American Nazi Party and other white supremacist organizations. Some adherents of the doctrine use itself to justify anti-Semitism or racism, claiming that Jews and the member of non-white races are descendants of Cain and the serpent, who are variably interpreted to be sons of Satan, or an intelligent non-human creature which lived long before Adam and Eve. Okay. I see. Every Jamaican man needs his Jewish queen. Booyaka. Various nuanced forms of the serpent seed doctrine have been developed over the century. Blah, 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 blah. The biblical fall of man, yada, yada, yada. Okay, here we go. A Bible verse. So the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed you are above all livestock and the wild animals. You will crawl on your belly and you will eat the dust for all the days of your life. And I will put an enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel. So this is how the snake became an enemy of the children of Cain. Heresy is okay if it makes the Jews look bad. I'm reading comments. Please, Google, be nice to me. I swear I use Google and I have no problems that it's all AI. I love my platform, YouTube. YouTube. Sorry, I stuttered. I stutter sometimes. Let's see. Now Adam had relations with his wife, Eve, who conceived and gave birth to Cain. Infallibility of the Protestant teachings of the Bible. The doctrine is a hallmark of radical hate groups. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. The first adultery came into being and afterward became the murder. The result of the adultery, Cain, was begotten. Okay. So in the Gospel of Philip, after the birth of Cain, Cain is being punished because he is the begotten child of adultery, for he is the child of the serpent. He has become a murderer. He's just like his father, and he killed his brother. Indeed, every act of sexual intercourse which has occurred between those two are unlike ones of other acts of adultery. Okay, so apparently this is also in the Bible. Gospel of Philip. Is this in like the main book? What book is this in? This is a Gnostic text. Okay, so this is what claims to be source Bible before like King James edits and stuff. That's what this came from. Let's see. Acrophon, the Sethians, Euronian, and the heresies. Only adult scheme. Okay. So this son of the serpent was really important to medieval Judaism, apparently, and they actually took it to heart and believed the shit out of this. Hello from hologram Princess Diana and Jeffrey Epstein clone number 67 hiding out flying in Antarctica pyramid. It's either the Antarctica pyramid or it's Argentina. Fuck you, YouTube centers. What are they trying to censor you? Are you not allowed to say Epstein in the chat? Wait, what if that possibly got censored? Thank you for the 20 Black Flag Jackson. I'm so curious what got censored. The serpent seed. I don't think it's psychosis slop. It appears in Gnostic text, which predates King James's Bible. It aligns with the theory that eating the apple and the fruit, the forbidden fruits, always been aligned with sexual activity and corruption. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is a result of literal sex and corruption. I think it keeps me from being higher than that just because I myself do not ascribe to the belief system. But I do see that as being a valid connection to make. So I'm going to put that up there. I believe it. It is a believable thing. I believe that the Jews are the son of the snake and Eve. I'm broke, Miss Nono. Thank you for the $2. You don't got to give me nothing, man. But thank you so much. I appreciate you, George. 9998. Epstein gets hidden behind the live chat. Somebody check the Epstein files and who owns Google right now. We need to see if they're in the docs. What about Daughters of the Snake? Foids don't exist unless they're created out of the ribs of man. Don't you know? They don't get to speak until they're made by a man. Earthquake! Thank you for the 2. I really appreciate it. You guys don't have to pay me. Fuck off. It makes me so bashful. You guys collectively, though, paid for half of my case of beer. So if you guys want to pay for the rest of my case of beer, you're halfway there. Jeffrey Googlestein. I could believe it. Okay. The Philosopher's Stone. Isn't this Harry Potter? Okay, wait, is this an actual thing? Color me ignorant. Is this something I should know about? The Philosopher's Stone. Alchemy. Oh, I'm so interested in alchemy. I just don't know a lot about it. I did play witchy for a while, but I kind of kept into like the Hellenic and don't judge me. I really liked the scrying techniques from the Hebrews. Beer money, you got it, Kappa. $20 again. Black Flag! You're getting me drunk today! Thanks, King! Alchemy is so cool, and I 100% believe it has existed since the dawn of time. And helps regulate everything from where we are placed in the earth to how our blood reacts to temperature. Alchemy is everywhere. It's been a week before paycheck. Sorry, 50. What's up? Let me see. Let me guess. Czechoslovakian krone. Am I right? Shit ass! Thank you so much for the 50 whatever the fuck silly funny money Monopoly money. Yay! Thank you so much. It's like $2, $2 more than I had. $2 more than the taxpayers of Canada will give me on a monthly basis. Alchemy is its own stream. Do you guys like the as Nono knows it format? Because I'm not really researching unless I have no idea. Like, I'm just blabbing what I know. And there's like, I can think of a lot of streams. I could do relationships as Nono knows it, or Hollywood as Nono knows it, you know? We can apply the formula to literally any topic. And I think it would be fun just because I don't yap a lot, and it like makes me really anxious. So if I have a topic, maybe that'll make it easier. I like this kind of thing. Okay. So maybe I'll consider other topics and maybe a part 2 then. Whoa, Huskar! Thank you for the 50. The real conspiracy is that we're all gonna make it. You got a clown? Okay, wait, I'm gonna try to do a clown honk. Wait. That's me honking my clown nose. Just kidding. We're not a clown. We're a jester. We're joker pilled. We know more than the others. We know more than they want to tell us. And we will change the world. No clown shit here. Joker pill, joker pill, joker pill. All right, you guys probably hit about $100. I'm going to crack another beer and I'm going to chug the rest of this one. Okay? Count me down. Tell me how long this takes. I threw up a little. How long did that take? Who timed that? I chugged this whole beer. I'm gonna do that real scumbag shit. And I'm gonna throw it at my wall because I'm a neat and I don't give a fuck what my house looks like. I live alone now. 12 seconds to chug that beer? Oh, it's room temperature. That's probably why. Room temperature beer is so much easier to drink than cold beer. It feels like you're being stabbed in your nasal cavity when you're chugging a cold beer. The Simpsons predict the future. Well, not only do I think Matt Groening predicts the future, I think Matt Groening is associated to something belonging to a Mr. Murdoch, who is associated to a lot of choice individuals who have not only access to the plans for the future, but access to the intentions of the overall belief system of the group who have said plans for the future. So not only do I think Simpsons, the creation of the Simpsons is not predicting the future, I think it's disclosing things Mr. Groening has access to, because the entity that a lot of Hollywood believes in and services demands disclosure. I think Matt Groening is a tool. The Simpsons isn't just in on it. It is a necessary way to satirize disclosure. Just like fuck, there was another show that was like that. I don't even remember. He's definitely a tool. And that's why I think that no matter how hard Murdoch tried to buy Mike Judge, he would not leave. And then when certain people bought MTV, he left immediately. Until those people sold it to another entity. And then he came back under certain conditions. The Simpsons sucks since around season 9. Well, that's the season they started putting the predictionary shit, because none of these quote unquote prediction theories happened before season 9. I wonder if the two are correlated. 100%. Not only do I believe The Simpsons has the future, I don't think it's a prediction. I think it's disclosure. Back in my day, suck my dick. Actually, no, I'm gonna be nice to you. You gave me money. Caress my dick. There you go. We'll keep it sweet. We'll keep it nice and sweet. Softly cradle and nuzzle my dick. No suckies for you. That's too harsh. Only snuggles my dick. Yeah, I'm very... See, I told you I'll be wholesome. I'm wholesome drunk now. There's zero evidence. Ignore me. He's involved in some other way. Matt Groening is Chuck from Supernatural. We're not gonna derail, but I think I get what you mean. Jokes aside, I used to watch The Simpsons and I don't know shit. As a millennial, back in my day, as a millennial, The Simpsons was kind of forced down our throat as an institution. There was a certain point where The Simpsons was the only show sold to rerun channels and other channels. Like every channel would play The Simpsons after 6 o'clock, a random episode, rerun after rerun, and then you'd go to Fox on Sundays to get the new one. But every other fucking channel in Canada had reruns of The Simpsons after a certain hour, and it just literally straight up for like a good 15 years just be The Simpsons over and over again. So even if I didn't want to watch The Simpsons in the era of dial-up internet or less accessible and trustworthy modes of piracy, yeah, any Fox affiliated station. Yeah, and the Fox affiliated station in Canada was Global, because that was also owned by Murdoch's corporation. And Global TV was in every major city in every single province, but also multiple Global TV channels is available on your cable. So you would have Global TV, but from 12 different locations in your generalized area, you would have access to that. And all of them would play The Simpsons over and over again. It was fucking maddening. The Teletoon Retro. Oh, don't even get me started. Well, it's because Teletoon isn't owned by a Canadian anymore either. It's essentially just Cartoon Network right now. I think they changed the name of Teletoon to Adult Swim Canada just recently. We used to have like youth TV and everything. That shit's pretty much just Nick Jr. right now. America's taken over completely here. Back in my day, 2010. What can I say? When I was a teenager, y'all weren't even born yet. My cousin probably is still hooked on Simpson slop. It's still airing. Watch Bob's Burgers. They don't leave the little mesosphere of their family unit in their tiny corner street. And I think that's why Bob's Burgers is more endearing and more human, is it just does not go beyond what it is. Bob's Burgers is the most relatable out of all of these family sitcoms. It's not my favorite. My favorite's American Dad of all the airing Fox slop that's still out there. And even the fact that I'm sitting here being like, oh, I'm gonna take the best of the worst shit that Murdoch's gonna feed me is just hilarious. But I don't watch a lot of TV at all unless it's like good or it like passes the litmus test of people I trust, and then I'll watch it. Mostly I watch indie movies and anime. American Dad is peak, yes. After Ned Flanders' wife died, it was all downhill. They kept bringing her ass back too. It was so weird. YTV versus Teletoon were in Game Boy. It was fucking warfare. Man, I didn't even touch either of that shit, man. When basic Canadian cable got G4 Tech TV, it was over. I was sitting there watching like Most Extreme Elimination Challenge and Stripperella. I was all up in that Stripperella. Okay, anyway. The brain source code. the galaxy as a fucking wait, Philosopher's Stone. I didn't change this. Okay, wait. Medieval alchemists, the stone was the ultimate goal of symbolizing perfection, divine illumination, and heavenly bliss. In the process, it was theoretically produced through highly controlled heat of the base materials in glass crucibles, carefully monitoring color phases between black, white, and finally red. Their goal was to get red. Scientific foundations. The ardent centuries-long history and historical scholars such as Sir Isaac Newton and Robert Boyle unknowingly established the foundational groundwork for modern chemistry and pharmacology using ancient texts of alchemy. The esoteric idea of the Philosopher's Stone was never a physical object. Instead, it was an allegory for the transmutation of a human soul, shedding the ignorant, the base metal, to survive spiritual enlightenment and purity. It's like pulling back the different layers of the veil. It's alchemizing your soul into the the overarching grand order. Okay, so it's not a physical object. I think the Philosopher's Stone is real. And I think it is something that lives in all of us once we peel back those different layers of what keeps our ego attached to what we only perceive in the moment as reality, as the entirety of reality. Once we peel back those layers of ego, we start to see the world through the perspective of the world itself, through our visual scape. And I think that alchemizes the environment we're in and creates a philosophical connection to the future we create as we're creating it. Is that what it means? It's a cool concept, but it's not real. You just learned it wasn't from how you already a believer. I'm thinking about it. I'm working through it. But I think if it is not like it's like a reality, it's something that you come to understand is a way of interpreting the reality that you are in, if that makes sense. I think the stone itself is the human peeling back the layers of philosophy to accept reality and the organization of nature and the interaction of all the physical and spiritual entities around you. So I think it is real. I think it is a vague concept. I don't think it's it's not like a tangible thing, right? I think I'm convinced people believe this, but I personally don't believe it. But if I'm not understanding it correctly based on this brief summary that Yandex is giving me, then Yandex is pulling Wikipedia and study.com. I'm just trying to understand the idea, because where would I rank it? But if that's what the idea is alchemizing your understanding of what you believe and see around you through peeling back the understandings that precede it, then yes, I can see that as alchemizing the stone that is the individual. Epi, am I close? If anyone knows, it's gonna be Epi. The one thing is the ranking must be, the thing is that the ranking might be referring to a literal stone, or it might be referring to the esoteric versions that you're thinking about. Well, isn't the pineal gland way more solid than the rest of your brain? Could that be the stone? Epi is the community wizard. I mean the work of the soul. Okay. Less the work of, I mean the work of the real soul, not this. Pineal gland is the third eye. But isn't it more of a solid information, like a solid biological structure than the rest of the meat around it? Could that be considered a stone? I might be getting a little tangential. But I think if that's the way I understand it, then I do believe that people would believe that. Do I personally believe it? Not really. Okay, brain source code. I think it's referencing to the process of altering base metals into gold. Pineal gland is more solid, yes. It is often calcified, and for that reason, you might be right. Yeah, removing the calcification usually lets the electrical structures communicate better with the rest of the brain neurological embeds, right? And that's why people are always trying to quote unquote decalcify their pineal gland. Okay, yeah, then I think I don't think I necessarily realize it, but I do see that as could be seen as an alchemical process of philosophy. Was needed to bridge the connection between reality and an object. The brain source code refers to the pursuit of neuroscience and cognitive science with the underlying algorithmical rules governing how the brain processes information. Rather than a literal software script, it represents the biological and mathematical algorithms that translate sensory inputs into thoughts, memories, and actions. These are just like neurological pathways, right? How they embed in your brain and can be altered, like neural plasticity, but always have the same starting point of understanding and branching. Is that what this is about? Wait, let me read a little more. Predictive processing. Yeah, this is like how people, even though they haven't experienced something, they have like these natural, almost genetically coded reactions to scenarios. That's a good point. It is possible that the alchemical process is intended to change the pineal gland, and that is what's thought is the pineal gland is some sort of soul stone. It is possible. That's as I understand it. I don't know if that's right. I have no sources. This is just me waxing philosophical about base ideas based on a fucking tier list. Like, don't quote me. I am not a smart person. I'm just yapping. Okay, I'm getting used to this yapping shit. Lurker genuinely adjusts glasses. It's the belief of cracking through human consciousness. Cracking. If we get drunk, we will see the light. So true. I will use alcohol to ascend to white heaven. Efficient coding hypothesis. Rooted in the information theory, this theory suggests that the brain optimizes its limited computational resources and imaging and energy by compressing data. This is the pruning of neurological pathways. If I were to see this as less of a abstract coding theory and more of what your brain is actually doing neurologically. Neurosciences compare biological brains to artificial neural networks. They actually use this theory. There are lab-grown brains now. I don't know if you guys know about this, but based on this theory of mimicking how neurons fire, wire, rewire, and embed together in a singular cell, they were able to create something called a brain organoid, which is a manufactured single cell. Well, it's bigger now. It does kind of grow once it's created. Computational organism that is like indistinguishable from the brains developing in utero. And they have implanted these brain organoids into drones and had them pilot them. They have put them in petri dishes and had them solve mazes. They've connected them to computers to have them play games. This is something that's actively happening right now. Like, if you pay enough, I think it's like $7,000, you can get a kit sent to you to grow a brain in a petri dish in your own home. So this understanding of the brain as a code has led to them synthesizing the brain, reverse engineering the brain on-chip technology, as well as brain organoids. Those chips could be added to a brain organoid without any human in like, if we install AI as it is into that brain human organoid, like, they can take over so easy. It's like scary. I'm scared of the idea that we can create brains and consciousness without humans. It's a terrifying thought. We are invincible and invisible when we are drunk, chat. Unstoppable. I can see you. Am I ignoring you too much? I'm trying to have conversations, okay? There's just way more of you guys than normal. I'm like a 12 view streamer on a good day. Can we insert it into our own brains and have... The goal is to insert it into people who have like full body paralysis or cerebral palsy and shit like that. You're just fun posting? Stop! I'm insecure, okay? I'm just a little baby streamer. I'm only 1 year old. I'm the youngest VTuber alive. We're chilling. Okay, I'm gonna drink more. I think brain is a source code. To the fact that we don't understand how it works, but what we have understood so far has allowed us to map out a way to reverse engineer it. As we are right now, brain as code, brain as a reflection of source code is another thing. Source is the overarching benevolent creation, the Big Bang, the one. We don't even have a word to describe the actual omniscience of what the source is. Entity? God? There are people who believe the fact that you have a brain or a soul, it makes you God. Like, there's so much shit like that. 1 year old, expired. I know, I'm so sorry. I'm an actual hag! I believe that it is a reflection of what the potential that the human brain mirrors what we know about coding. That's why we still have yet, but we don't understand it fully. We don't have computers capable of what brains are capable of just yet. This is my actual area of expertise. Really? Source code? Is that why you tried to do the... okay, wait. You don't want to talk about your practice. Maybe be more active in deep dives. Maybe some PNs want to know about your work. That's your call, but I do think what you do is really cool. And I do believe that brain source code exists. And do I believe it's impacting us in our future to the peak? No, I don't think it's just to the point where it's going to impact everything in our lives. The nature of consciousness. Native American people also believe of that. Like we all have a singular pulse that goes deeper than blood. Rap.mp3. What the fuck is this? Rap.mp3. If it's a sound file, I'm gonna play it for you guys. This song's got me feeling like a spy. This is me. I'm literally Lara Croft, like dodging bullets in the jungle, baby. Consciousness is totally wild. It is, and I don't think we're ever going to fully understand it on a scientific standpoint. We can resonate to what we believe on a spiritual standpoint, and as for all we know as humans, that resonance itself is what makes it believable. It's like experiencing something you've never experienced before, but you feel this like deep genetic attachment to it, you know? It's like embedded into our code. The programming a particle simulation system works using math that I found about how consciousness works. Curse of King Tut. That's a cool one. We'll get there. We'll get there. I don't know what this theory is. A 30-second audio in which all rappers use in their albums to manipulate their listeners. Okay. So apparently rap artists as a collective have a sound file called Rap MP3. A missing kid's phone was found and only one audio file on it. It had secret codes, subliminal messages, or induces suicide. The second theory is that the 13-second audio in which all rappers use subliminally on their album to manipulate the listeners. Or this theory says that there are 8 songs on 8 different bands. Each songs narrate directly or indirectly murders committed by each member. The negative energy caused by these murders is found as a source file in these songs. Rap artists, rapists for short. Okay, the Rapist Collective. Let's go. I want to hear it. I want to hear the sound that makes me kill myself. Wait, guys, what if I play the sound that makes us kill ourselves? How to listen to rap.mp3. I want to hear it. Okay, so it's a hypothetical sound file. Okay, we're gonna put this and shit post because all 3 theories are like not correlated. There's no physical evidence about it. It's a really cool idea. I don't think it's a schizo cusp because fuck it, let's just like popular music has had weird shit embedded to it for years. There's evidence. There is lawsuits of music corporations and production companies putting manipulative sounds and frequencies in their music. Like, this isn't an idea. A little idea. Like, it makes sense. Companies do this. Do I think your average SoundCloud rapper is taking this evil, haunted, ancient, lost media song file? Like, if I can't find this, how are they all getting this? How's every fucking rapper getting this, but I can't access this? You know how many piece of shit nobody rappers just start one day? I don't think that's plausible. But do I think this is a fun shit post? Yes. I'm not going to put it in schizo cusp nonsense. It is not psychosis slop where no one but the person going through it will understand it. We're going to put that in shit post. This is taking so long. By the way, when USA captured Maduro, they used sound grenades. Oh yeah, I know for a fact that the government and the CIA uses a lot of audio torture, manipulation, and enhancements, you know? So like, it's viable. It's got truth behind it. The actual individual, we're focusing on the actual MP3 file that quote unquote is circulating. It's just a shitpost. They vaporize soldiers. Yeah, well, Sonic's just as fucking powerful as light and fucking microwaves and shit. Is if it's hardest and facing a certain way at a certain frequency, it'll fuck you up. Give him the brown note. Yeah, hit him with the gobble-gobbly. Hit them with that gobble-gobbly. Secret human organs? Wait, is this about the, like the organs that serve no purpose? Secret human organs. Huh. So this is a branch of QAnon. This falls into 2 categories of biological myths. That adrenochrome is a human elixir for eternal youth, and a sensationalized black market organ trade urban legends. There's this claim And there's also a season of American Horror Story about it, that there is a cabal that harvests and abducts organs from children. But there's also claims of that same cabal implanting organs into victims or taking out their kidneys and selling them on the black market. In particular, the American Horror Story is they were implanting uteruses into men to get them pregnant. So I think that's the vibe here we're going with, is people are implanting and then trading the quote unquote secret organs and using them to harvest for the elites. I think it's someone's fetish, perhaps. It appears in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Yeah, the adrenochrome, right before you start seeing dinosaurs and shit. It's good shit. Learned about it from there. Was that the alien one? No, it was the Eyes Wide Shut sexy lady anthology episode. I think we watched it. We were watching American Horror Stories, like the anthologies, not necessarily a main season. Boy Pregger's real? Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger was pregnant in 1988. No, 1993. Arnold Schwarzenegger gave birth to a healthy baby. Season 13 due to 2026. Wonder what the theme would be. I think it's going to be alien replacement theory on celebrities because they hired Kim Kardashian and Ariana Grande again. Delicate was weird. I'm going to say this might be the first I really don't care. If you're stupid enough to buy a hooker, you deserve to have your organs harvested and replaced with a uterus. Don't care. Not my problem. HRT used to sterilize minors. Oh. Happy Pride Month. Okay. The continued violation of forced or coerced. Wait, what does it say? An involuntary sterilization has never stopped. The buggery law. Oh my god, this calls back to the buggery law of 1533, where there was hundreds of years worth of experiments. Wait, buggery laws is when they would castrate, right? People for touching children and molesting women or just being like having anal sex. The buggery law gave the government a right to castrate if they were found for a while. It was 1533. Let's see. And that kind of carried over, I guess. It's just a garden variety Discord server. Buggery is what Brits say instead of sodomy. Yeah, it was like I think it was a British law. And then the Pinkertons, if they found out you were gay, they would take you to the medical, or no, it was like the sanitarium, and they would cut your balls off in hopes that it will make you not gay. Perverts moved to Discord, I guess. Can't touch your balls if you're on the internet. I'm gonna get your balls. That's why we won't do a meet and greet. I will take your balls. Okay. Alarming emergence at Urine Detention Center outlining the mistreatment of detainees. Story of sterilization in the USA. Global cases of sterilization. Okay. The involuntary sterilization of trans people have been around since the buggery laws in 1933, where cisgendered gay men within the LGBT underwent involuntary sterilization and criminalization for consensual homosexual sex. Chemical castration has been a permanent punishment for engaging in criminal sex interactions as well. So yeah, post-buggery law, chemical castrations were used for like pedophiles and shit. And this chemical castration was done through the administering of hormones to kill the testosterone blockers. The same testosterone blockers that were eventually prescribed to children who had gender dysmorphia before the age of 16. If they got parental consent, they could block their hormones so they did not hit their birth gender's puberty before they hit 18, because a lot of the time transgender kids kill themselves is because they're going through puberty, which is a lot more aggressive representation of their biological sex, which, you know, spikes their dysmorphia. They jump off a building or whatever, they hang themselves. The acceptance of the government and the medical practice to make those drugs used for those old punishments has become socially acceptable specifically for children. And I think that's what this is. And people believe that this is intentional. The Epstein files, we had some emails about hormones and changing them early so they don't have to grow up. Peter Pan style fetishization. And I think that was a long-held belief of the people who would have, in the past with those laws, have themselves chemically castrated. Maybe a gotcha moment. It is probably intentional. Because this wasn't even considered pre-COVID. We were not chemically suppressing puberty pre-COVID. What happened was these kids were left alone with the influence of the internet so aggressively. They were homeschooled and on computers all the time without their parents checking, because they were also at home working, looking at a screen. And the influence of I am the result of a child with unmonitored internet access. Except I wasn't in the gay sphere. Imagine if I was a Has-Been Hotel fan in 2019 and also 12. Yeah, I'm gonna make it out of there trans. That's just how it be. Before 2016, I never even heard of trans people existing. Well, it's because they used to make efforts of passing. Which is like, even in the LGBT community, there's a lot of separation between those who believe medical intervention is not necessary to pass, or trying certain things is not necessary to pass because their sexual identity is a part of how they identify, and you need to adapt to how they see themselves, right? It was like before COVID and this influence of kids wanting to transition earlier and earlier because of the internet communities they were involved in. Catboy Ranch, Keffels and the Catboy Ranch is a great example of this. And I think that was also during COVID. No, that was like 2015 or something. Early 4chan, Catboy Ranch, femboyification to trans pipeline. These kids went out of their way to acquire HRT illegally and have it being provided from fetishist weirdos on Discord or whatever, right? Some people believe that having it happen medically and with parents' approval is a good thing, right? 2016, 2017. Yeah, Keffels was on some crazy shit back then. You didn't even know Brianna Wu was trans for 10 years. And honestly, if the influx and the legislation changes and the DSM changes during COVID just opened the floodgates to letting kids that weren't even mentally developed make lifelong changing decisions. Sure, you can go back on hormone blockers. If you start hormone blockers at age 8 and you go to 16, which is the legal age to accept actual hormone replacement. So much can change. I raised a child, my sister who was living with me. She believed when she came to me that she was a male. I was like, okay, yeah, we'll change your name. We'll change your pronouns. All your schools will have the doctor, whatever. Well, you could do what you want. You're just not, I'm not going to get you access to medical transition until you know for sure. And you won't know for sure unless you've lived 3 years under the identity that you are choosing. I need you to know how society will see you. I will accept you, but I will not enable you. So I let her be trans for 3 years, and then I told her I would ask her again because she would have been 16. Lo and behold, a year and a half in, she's gender fluid. 6 months after that, she's a girl again. Right? If you can't legally vote or drink alcohol, you shouldn't be able to do cosmetic surgery. It's not a surgery, though. It's an alteration of your genetic mapping, really, and your hormonal balance and all the subsequent bodily functions that go along with that. She became gender solid, gender frozen. But like, it's not because I didn't believe that her in that moment, coming from my family, the abusive situation she was in, the weird internet rabbit holes and fucking social circles and fandoms she was participating in. I was like, yeah, it makes sense considering your upbringing and where you are on the intersection of society, as well as your unmonitored access to, what was it, Amiibo or some shit, some weird fandom. Everybody was role playing and shit, and they were all about Yume ships and pro ships and self-insert bullshit. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're definitely being influenced by the environment you had before me. Let's let you do what you think. Amiibo? Was that what it's called? Yeah, Amiibo or something like that. Perverts try to influence vulnerable children. Mm-hmm. And what you need to do is not completely restrict them. You need to recontextualize what they're experiencing. So I gained her favor. I got into non-judgmental conversations about what she was in. I suggested things instead of putting my foot down and forcing her to course correct. Which I know, I'm not a parent. I know that's not what most people who biologically gave birth to a child would do. But I was not responsible for the formation of her mind. You know? So I would let her face the consequences. Your favorite gender fluid is Ranma. Probably best considering her history. Your history with her. Mm-hmm. And not only that, the history she experienced before she ever lived with me. She wouldn't have been able to express to that level in my mother's home. And I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, she did transitioned. Because she didn't. She never actually transitioned. She filled in a box on pieces of paper that were arbitrary to be addressed as what she aligned with in that moment. And you know what happened after that? She was given the context and space to mature at her own rate. And she changed her mind. And if we were to give that level of space and support and what's the word? Providing guidance towards the accountability of actions of others around them and things like that. How many trans kids don't need to have HRT and just needed the recontextualizing of things they don't understand, and the only source they have is a stranger on the internet? That source should be the parent. Kids can be trans if they delete Discord and keep up the charade. They might be. You know what? I don't speak for every single kid. I'm not a trans person. I don't speak for the trans experience. I feel just fine in the body I was born in, and I do have empathy for those who feel alien in the flesh suit that they are assigned. Would I give a child HRT because they decided one day to escape from their trauma by changing their name and gender? No. Do I believe that system was put in place by people who wanted to sterilize children? Maybe. Would I subject my child to that? Absolutely not. Are you trans? Yes. But okay, just test it out. No more anime or internet. You still trans? Probably not. I'm gonna say it is believable. And if it was a fact, I can tell exactly what demographic it would serve, and the Epstein Association is just hard to deny. And the fact that they are rejecting abortions to youth really doesn't make me think it's a truc. Because if they wanted children to have babies, you know, if they wanted children to not have babies, they would be letting those victims abort their children. So we're not going to put that all the way up. The whole egg cracking business as well. Yeah, there's an entire internet culture about supporting people cracking the eggs of people who are, I don't know, who cosplay gender bend or are into sissification fetishes or are femboys or tomboys. You know, people see those representations of gender expression and are like, you must assimilate and change yourself, or else why are you even doing this? Clearly you're trans. No, some people just want to know what it's like to wear the pretty dress and then move on with their life and kiss their wife and kids goodnight. It's whatever. Another word for grooming. I won't go that far. I don't want to devalue the manipulation that grooming encompasses in this context. Good night, the one who watches. The tomboy and femboy annihilation. It's happening right now, dude. It's like the bisexual erasure. They say they don't want a binary, but they want so hard to like fit into this biological criteria, you know? If it's not about biology, then why do you want to change it so much? As a tomboy that has a love of frilly things, it's a personal attack. Yeah, exactly. Like Makoto in Idolmaster. All she would ever want is to wear a frilly dress. I thought we were taking back the word grooming for positive things. Well, that is how language works, so say a slur, we'll take it back. It's true, every motherfucker wants to look like a 50s sex pot. Yeah, I think that's a real recession indicator. Let's dress like a time where we didn't have to worry about the economy. That's why trad wives are everywhere now. They're like, wow, this society sucks. Let's go back to our kitchens. And then they pick up their apron and spatula and they march on. Proud, proud patriots. Let's see. We'll do a couple more. I want to look like Master Roshi, then just let nature take over, dude. Put on the turtle shell, Pian. It suits you. I'm 30, so I'm basically him. Shut up. If you're Master Roshi, what the fuck am I? That little flea-looking grandma in Inuyasha? I love tomboys. Please don't ruin them. I'm not doing nothing to tomboys. I'm sorry I don't fit the tomboy criteria. I got the personality, but I like to wear skirts too much. I'm so sorry, and I hate sports. And I love girly things like idols and dress up. I can't be a tomboy. I'm so sorry. I'm just masculine, and personality has nothing to do with who I am on the outside. And I know most of the people want tomboys for the aesthetic. I guess I have short hair. Let me cut off my tails. Then maybe, just maybe, you'll love me. We can prune the people together. Yeah, we're beyond ethnic cleansing. We're going to political principle cleansing now. It's okay, babe. We love your beers. Ah, you only love me for my beers. Hey man, just because I want to be a magical girl who makes people smile doesn't mean I don't look. Shut up! Shut up! Idols are cool. Ah! Epstein was killed. No, I believe full-heartedly he is alive. We'll do some quick ones. Marilyn Monroe was assassinated. She would never date people, but she fucked a lot of married men. I don't think she was assassinated. I think she was a grossly irresponsible drug addict who was very promiscuous. And her pussy was so good, the people in power wanted to stay all up in that. She was in love with Joe DiMaggio. This shit was real. But isn't Joe DiMaggio like a baseball player? By drugs, taken by herself. There are people who believe the person who prescribed her medication is the same person who prescribed the painkillers to Prince, as well as Aaron Carter and Michael Jackson. My favorite idol is Toadstool, Princess Toadstool. Can wear the dress and go on fun adventures. Ooh, I won my eBay auction. You may go to bed now. Congratulations! I'm sure that's 100% because of me. You're welcome. DiMaggio was her second husband, I believe. Oh. He never wedded after she died and became a full recluse, sending her flowers to her casket weekly for 20 years. That's so romantic. But wasn't she killed post-coitus with a Kennedy? Didn't she die next to a Kennedy? Okay. We'll get warm. There's a lot of factors, but that doesn't change the level of, you know, I've been a whore, I've been a drug addict. Like, at a certain point, no matter how famous or revered you are responsible for your own actions. What you gotta do, you think is best fashion. What? Your job was to entertain me until the auction ended. I've earned my $50. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll do a few more quick ones, then we'll shut it down because I'm heading towards like 5.5 hours. I only wanted to do like 3. Why did I pick the biggest fucking list known to man? Okay. Let's see, what's another one? Slavery wasn't bad. Slavery existed for decades. Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built the pyramids. Slaves built the Colosseum. Slaves built the Mayan temple. Slaves built America. Slaves run the corporation. Slaves are why there's billionaires. Slaves are the prisoners. Legal slaves are the prisoners. Slavery has been a contribution to society's advancements for years. So to say American slavery and colonial slavery was the worst of the worst is discrediting communities, civilizations who relied on slaveries thousands of years longer than even America as today has ever existed. If you were to compare the ratio of slaves in America to the ratio of slaves through time of any civilized society, America had the least amount of time with slaves. Fuck. The entire chocolate industry runs on slavery hundreds of years before America was even founded. Sure, there were still black people, but why is America being blamed for what the Europeans did? And this is specifically American slavery. It wasn't as bad as other slaveries. So yes, I don't even have to look this up or whatever's associated to this. Just the principle of slavery and the shut up. The principle of slavery and the impact it has had on the civilization and advancement, we would not be where we are without it. Slavery, colonization, domestication of humans, capitalism. All these things we're calling the big bad, you wouldn't even have a right to sit there comfortably at your computer and fucking complain about them without the establishment of these things that you hate so much. So sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, eat your goy slop, and be okay with the fact that you're too fluoridated to change the future and cause a revolution. Sit there on your TikTok comments and be like, why isn't anybody saving me from the big bad dwarf? It's your own fucking fault, fat ass. Was always slavery light. Yeah. American slavery is 0 calorie, 0 sugar. Slavery. Speak your brown truth. Yeah, as a person who has been colonized, as a person who lives with the generational trauma and has clawed myself out of all those circumstances that I was like, poor me, I was raised by addicts and alcoholics. Poor me, everyone back where I came from is just destined to fail because the system put us in the corner. No, we have the same availability to the system as everybody else. Yes, I was colonized. I am native. I've said that so many times. I am an Aboriginal. I'm also a Mongolian, so I'm on the other sides of not necessarily colonization. I wouldn't call what they did colonization. But still, to say that American slavery wasn't bad, I agree on the grand scale. I'm not a mud turkey, I'm a mud monkey. Oh wait, there's no monkeys here. You're right. I'm a mud turkey. Whatever. I'm a mud partridge if we're gonna be area specific. Thank you, Genghis Khan. Yeah, shout out to Genghis. Gang, gang, Genghis. Gang, gang. Okay, let's do another quickie. Diana was assassinated. I believe it. She had a lot of information. There's a lot of shady things happening. There's a lot of things that don't add up, in my opinion, when it comes to suppressing. Do I think it's factual? It's not acknowledged as fact, and it doesn't influence us because it's a small pocket of really, like, she was only married to that guy for like 15 years tops. The whole Diana thing was like, what, 10 years overall? 15? I don't know. It was not that much of time. It is a blip in the eyes of conspiracies. Thank you for Chinese immigration. You're welcome. Okay, let's see. Uncanny Valley homonym hypothesis? The way I see it is humans have always felt activated to a fear response if they don't recognize a part of a person that is supposed to be where you assume it's supposed to be. You know? You look at someone's face and that smile goes a little wide, you're like, whoa, that's not how a human's face is supposed to stretch. Or the eyes are small and black, more sunken and distorted. You're like, wait, that is not the configuration of humans that I am comfortable with. The uncanny valley is real, and it has a lot of survival mechanics to it. The uncanny valley hominin? What's a hominin? Uncanny valley hominin. Did they just spell it right? Hominids? It could be hominids. So the hominid theory for uncanny valley is that we psychologically identify the attributes of the uncanny valley associated to humans before they were humans. We see the beady eyes as attributes of who we are in our past evolutions, and it causes a sense of unease and regression, repulsion, because they almost look human, but they usually reflect what we subconsciously remember as hominids of the past. we're going to put this as, I don't know if our genetic realization of evolution is the reason. I think just the pieces not being where they're supposed to be is why Uncanny Valley fucks with us. I don't think it has anything to do with genetic memory. It sounds complicated. I'm sticking with the shapeshifter fear. Maybe. Seen as a predator for humans? Maybe. The idea was coined by roboticist Masahiro Mori. Readily accepted the clearly artificial or stylized humanoids, simple robots, plush and toys. The ascent to the valley is accepting them. The sharp drop is the familiarity of them. So this theory is this resonance of our past helps us accept the uncanny as it goes. The more we're exposed to it. The unsettling feeling of significantly amplified with objects that move. If the entity's movement does not perfectly align with a human's movement, it adds a factor. Rigid joints. Okay, so this is probably why people are afraid of like dolls and stuff. The reason why psychologically it triggers your defense mechanism is because it mirrors attributes of death and disease, parasites, and yeah, predator or competitor. The predator or competitor recognition comes from a theory where we were competing with Neanderthals to become humans. The instinct to reject or fear almost human threats helped us avoid danger. Okay, so this was a natural selection impulse. I don't know, it's almost certain, almost. The Slender Man moves really odd. I know what you're talking about, Epi, but it's just a theory. I think that's what this is, though. I'm reading deeper into it. So, the hominid is we identify it as a human. We can't help but in our basic animal brain identified it as a human, but it is a human that resembles death, disease, pathogen, parasite, predator, or competitor. And that's why it makes us uncomfortable. It's right. The humans are usually twisted like they're in like rigor mortis, or their eyes are sunken like they're bleeding out or something like that, or bloated like they're drowning. Thought we had sex with Neanderthals. Not the ugly ones. Not the ugly ones. Here, what are we at? Okay, we're at 5:30. Any last thoughts? I'll save this and we can come back to it if you really want. Any final thoughts, ideas, last minute theories you want to touch on, or connections you'd like to make and announce for the class? Now is your time, PM. Let's read it out. I don't know, it's certainly almost fabricated. Wow, we have racism instincts. Hell yeah. Yeah, pretty much. The uncanny valley of seeing an Indian across the road. It seems easier to postulate if it doesn't resemble kin. It's a suspect. Oh yeah, this is more like clan protection too. Though we had sex with Neanderthals and Denisovans. A lot. Well, that's probably what created the races, to be completely honest. If someone is sick or diseased enough, your instincts tell you that it's something to avoid. Actually, early humans were into ugly bastards, so our lollies. Do the Weird Al one on the second row. There's a Weird Al one. Weird Al is normal. Okay, that'll be one of the ending ones. The moon is made out of cheese. Oh, there's that one song. The moon is disgusting. It's made out of cheese. Oh, what song is that? Oh, you just awakened something in my brain. Somebody find that song for me. What song is that? Okay. Being prejudiced is awesome. Well, clearly it's genetically advantageous for natural selection, because that's what the Uncanny Valley hominid hypothesis is about. You might have more experience dealing with corpses, Huskaro. Is there something you want to tell us about? I'm choking. Maybe I'll drink something. I choked on my hit. I'm dying. How did primitive humans know that grinding grain into flour and baking it with heat could make bread? Nowhere in nature this phenomenon could be observed. This is where the alien influence people come in, and why people think plants is why they've targeted us. Plants and polarity. Let's see. Uncanny Valley is often uniquely divergent. We are not prepared. I mean, the Uncanny Valley encompasses all sorts of things. Like, you see someone from too far away and you mistake them for someone that you're familiar with. You get close to them, you realize that's not the person. You still get that Uncanny Valley sinking feeling that you have misidentified the humanoid, right? It's not to the same degree, but it is the same mental function. Wallace and Gromit proved it. Women again, I fucking swear. I didn't do nothing to you. What Nono say about Raris? That they love fat, ugly bastards, so they might as well be Neanderthals. Do you know about Atlantis being the Eye of the Sahara? I do. The Eye of Sahara, and the actual Egypt was supposed to be in America, and that's why there's pyramids. Like, there's so many weird fucking shit. There's also humongous structures and tunnel systems underneath the pyramids. They were never temples. I have a question. Where's your Discord? Exclamation Discord in the chat. People try random different shit. Hey man, that's the power of progress, baby. We love psychosis slop. Well, Weird Al is a nice, well-adjusted guy. He makes parody songs and accordion. Okay, Weird Al is normal, but is a conspiracy theory. We'll leave with this one. I think a lot of people who are considered weird are normal, and they're just they're not repressed by the structures of society. I think I'm normal, and everybody else is weird. This is a recurring irony meme. So this is an irony shitpost. Celebrated for his parodies in real life, a surprisingly surprisingly wholesome, controversy-free musician. Okay. There is a belief that there's a secret agenda, and it's being a regular guy who's in a loud Hawaiian shirt. The concept of Weird Al and the conspiracies aren't entirely made up. His 2014 parody song Foil, when he had the tinfoil hat, guys. Is this song about us? Aluminum foil. Blending the meme of food preservation with tips about government mind control, the Illuminati, and the fake moon landings. Did you guys ever see the mockumentary of fucking Daniel Radcliffe plays Weird Al? They touched on this. And they made it seem like he legitimately believed in that shit. He's probably married for 25 years, has great kids, and loves his neighbors. Yeah, what a fucking weirdo. Weirdness is just the lack of self-censorship. It's the disregard of social acceptability for the pursuit of what makes you personally happy. I think that's what normal should be. Daniel Radcliffe one, it was awesome. It's so good. We should watch that one day. She also has that one show with the one movie with the guy who played Kramer, and it was like UFA radio or FM or something like that. That was a really good movie. I did actually watch that one. It was fun. Yeah, Weird Al is a top-notch guy. This conspiracy theory was created by the fact that he made a song about tinfoil hats as a parody. And the conspiracy theories said, finally, somebody who's normal. UHF. Yeah. UHF. That's the one. That's such a good movie, dude. Anyway, I think he embraced the shitpost. And he continued to post really cool things. Like he has a science program that he sends only to schools. And it's just these tapes of him talking about stuff like the universe and string theory and physics to kids musically. and he only sends him to school. You know, like, I think he's got his fingers on the pulse of these things that conspiracy theorists believe. But I think he's in the school that I am, where he acknowledges why people believe it, but he is just so into his own craft and his own comfort and sustaining his own environment that he doesn't push other people to believe it, you know? And he is a normal guy. I think he's completely a normal guy. And this is a shit post based off of a parody song. Because all of his songs parody shit, like the Amish, you know? Like just eating. Like, that doesn't mean that he's a fucking feeder fetishist because he made a song demanding that you eat it, you know? These correlations are so shit posty. Yeah. You have no idea how to roll. You need to ! bet, space, and then red, green, 0 to 12, and all of those other allocations for roulette, space, and then the numerical amount of your bet. But we will do that next time. You guys can play with PN. I'll try to add sunglasses. I kind of want to add a Guy Fawkes mask. I want to add swirly anime glasses. I want to give you guys the little droplet thing that I have, so you could buy that with your points if you want. And then from this point on, I'll slowly add more and more items. You can dress your PN and start to individualize your character, which I think would be fun. Even though, like, and also, I'm going to be real with you. The commands is really helping my CCV. So I'm glad my $10 investment in stream avatars, as you guys are having fun, and it is fixing my statistics because I had a very inactive chat. So you guys keep gambling, keep stabbing the shit out of each other. You know what? Just for shits and giggles. Who's gonna be my favoritist little guy? Okay, let's go. We're gonna do... Since there's so much here, you know, there's so much of you here, we're gonna do a battle royale to end off the night. Okay? Who's the bestest PN with the most forbidden hidden information? And Nono's top guy, and by proxy, if you're my top guy, you're gonna be God's top guy. As a river god, I can say that. My tinfoil hat gave me the power. Yep, more likely to be electrocuted. Now kill, my minions, kill! Die! Who's the biggest boy? Who's my little guy? Oh my god, is it gonna be shit ass? How do you always win? Wait, is there a heal out there? Shit ass, you can't keep winning this. There's like freaking... No! He's a monster! Shit ass has won like his 10th battle royale. The shit's rigged, man. I refuse to make shit ass my top guy. He's clearly working for another entity because he's rigging the game. He won before it even started. Don't lie to me. It's because he's black. Ah! No, what he does.